often engaging with a diverse range.
People all over the Hill Country affected by the flooding that we have been seeing in the last 36 hours. And we said before, we have crews spread out across the Hill Country to bring you all of these different stories. We talked a lot about Kerrville, but now we want to talk about an area just kind of down the river from there, from the Guadalupe. Last night, a big point of concern was Spring Branch, where the Guadalupe swell was quickly moving. I mean, Adam had been talking about this throughout much of the day yesterday. You could see that even late last night, that river was rising fast. Difficult to tell, however, because it was so dark. But our Zaria Oates was there capturing this video as that water was going up.
Yeah, fast forward to this morning, and this is what folks in Spring Branch were dealing with. It actually wasn't as bad as it was feared. You can see the Guadalupe moving very swiftly through there, but no major flooding in the Spring Branch area.
Luckily, it crested 10 feet below the forecast.
Crested 10 feet below.
Which was very good news.
Which is obviously very good news.
Okay, now we're going to send things on over to JP. He is over on Highway 90 east of Seguin before Gonzales. JP, it looks like you're right in front of an RV park. Tell us what you see and what people there are telling you.
Steve, Stephania, this stretch of Highway 90 in the early morning hours got close to 10 inches of rain, so we've been checking out areas downriver, as you guys were mentioning, and right now, luckily, no visible damages. Everything here is holding up just fine. I did speak to at least one camper who said a little while before we showed up, maybe an hour ago, that a firefighter came and briefed some of the campers here, just giving them a warning or just a heads up that upstream, about 5 or 6 miles upstream, the water gauges there were rising about 5-6 feet. So one camper we spoke to said it wasn't worth it for him. He went ahead, packed up his belongings as well as his trailer and took off. Take a listen to what he had to say.
But I'm not gonna risk the rig and the dogs and the wife, and
It's Saturday. You guys are planning on staying here until Tuesday, leaving as a safety precaution.
Yes, sir. Getting out of here while we can.
Now, other places we also checked along the way over here was Seguin. We stopped by there. Things were looking much better than they were earlier this morning. I spoke to Seguin police. They told us that the roads were opening up. They said the only damages they really noticed were property damages as well as road damage. They did say they had no injuries, luckily. They did have just a few water rescues. Then making our way further down, we also stopped at Lake McQueeney. The dam there seemed to be holding up fairly well. The water levels, the river, the canals seem to be flowing steadily. But again, as the firefighter told campers here, it's something you have to keep in mind that water, even if it's not raining right now, water is making its way downriver. So if you're along that river pathway, you want to keep an eye on how things are flowing and moving. We're going to continue checking up on things here on this side of town and keep you updated. Steve, Stephania?
Yeah, John Paul, thank you. John Paul Barajas reporting live from just outside of Seguin. And, that was the concern this morning, that the rains we were seeing were New Braunfels, Seguin. We saw some flooding in some parking lots and things like that. I believe the Waco Falls area, we saw a little bit of flooding, but nothing major like what we saw in the Kerrville area.
Right, obviously, because this is an area, and I want to ask you, Adam, because it's something that you wanted to make sure that you emphasize. So there was the flooding yesterday that we saw in Kerrville, and then the concern separately just was the amount of rainfall that could cause flooding in other parts, correct?
Yeah, so this was separate, like what JP was reporting on. Yes, that's separate. So basically from Canyon Lake to New Braunfels and then into Seguin, but especially the stretch from Canyon Lake down toward New Braunfels and Green. And this is part of that stretch. So this could have been deadly. It really could have been. Look at this. Looks like a pop-up trailer type of camper because you see a little bit of a tent structure, but also kind of a flat roof. That was swept away. This is River Road Camp swept away. This is from Josh. And this is at Canyon Lake Boat Ramp 7. This is just inside the lake from where the Guadalupe flows in. And there is significant debris. That is a example. I mean, it almost looks like that's dried bed that you could walk across. Those are logs, those are sticks. It's including some trash and just belongings from people from upstream, but especially a lot of logs at Boat Ramp 7. And if that's a little too much for you, a little moving too quickly, look at that. Big old just piles of logs and debris and people's belongings that have been flowing into Canyon Lake. So we appreciate, all the eyes on the ground for us and everybody that gives us our updates and here on KSAT Connect, keeping us updated. Now, this is the Guadalupe. This was at 3 p.m., so this is after all the heavy rain at FM 1117. So this would be down just south of Seguin. Guadalupe River goes from Canyon Lake. Canyon Lake is the big catch there, the big reservoir, and then it flows down to New Braunfels, Green, New Braunfels, and then Seguin, and then past Seguin goes all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. But that was the look earlier today. And really, no flooding, no river flooding, I should say, issues along the Guadalupe around Seguin. Of course, we had the flash flooding, so road and street flooding. That was a different situation. So just light shower activity, enough to just keep everything wet and damp outside, even though we need a chance to dry out. I anticipate there could be a little bit more development over the next couple of hours. So I'm keeping that rain chance high just over the next couple of hours for a few pop-up downpours that I simply cannot rule out. And then I think tonight after sunset, it's going to get a lot quieter. After sunset, pretty quiet. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about those rainfall totals from earlier. Now, this is what we were talking about that Stefania brought up from earlier today. Guadalupe River flows into Canyon Lake from the west, flows into Canyon Lake. And then here's Canyon Lake, and then it flows down Green, New Braunfels, over to Seguin and southward. And the rainfall totals here in Comal County, we had one of these heavy torrential downpours pop up. Over 7 inches of rain estimated just west of I-35. So that's why the Guadalupe River swelled and did flood along River Road running basically from Canyon Lake all the way down into New Braunfels and Green. Really quickly get to the forecast here. And I particularly want to talk about our rain chances going forward. Now, we have that at 60% chance today. That's basically through sunset. Tomorrow, another 40% chance, especially as I mentioned before, between basically I-35 and the Rio Grande. That's in the Hill Country Edwards Plateau. Monday, generally dry, isolated chances. Tuesday, an upper level system coming in from the Gulf, I think, would give us another shot of a few showers and thunderstorms Tuesday late in the day and especially in the evening. So all these days, something to watch in terms of the chance of some showers and storms. Here's a look at our futurecast. And I think this is actually a pretty good representation of what can happen, especially as we get into tomorrow, where the rain-making energy and axis and upper level low in the atmosphere starts to drift from basically North Texas down into the Edwards Plateau, parts of the Hill Country, and then toward the Rio Grande. So rain would basically be favored in that area between I-35 and the Rio Grande. But keep in mind, these models, they have a lot of error with them, right? This batch of heavy rain could be anywhere from Ozona, Del Rio, Rock Springs, possibly even Kerrville, Fredericksburg, and Blanco, maybe even a little closer to San Antonio. So that's what we're watching for tomorrow and why we raise those rain chances again, and even some downpours in parts of San Antonio as well. So as we get through the next couple of days, daylight hours, more pop-up downpours, nighttime hours are looking a lot quieter. Back to you.
Okay, Adam, thank you for that. And we also want to pop something up on our screen, and this has to do with the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center. Anybody, if you're in the South Central Texas area, if you're thinking about what you can do to help some of the people who have been affected and hurt as a result of the flooding, this is what you can do. You can check out southtexasblood.org and set up an appointment for you to go and donate blood. You can also call 210-731-5590. Yes, walk-ins are welcome, but it would actually be a lot easier if you went on the website, because from there you can schedule a specific time for you to go and donate blood, and that way you could be in and out.
Yeah, and you want to check the hours, because I'm not sure at this hour that all of those locations are still open. So check out the website first. Always good
it's
advice.
9 locations over our area.
Also want to mention the fact that we are expecting an update at the top of the hour, another update from Kerrville on what they are looking at and if the rescue operation continues. We have a pretty good idea it is because we heard a lot of helicopters going over Myra Arthur as she was doing her report moments ago. Also want to go to Dylan Collier, who is in the Ingram Hunt.
We'll go to Dylan
we'll go to
in
Dylan
a moment.
in a second.
Now we're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
The latest numbers are not good. 32 people are dead, 18 adults, 14 children. 5 of the adults have not been identified. 3 of the children haven't been identified. We know at least 27 people are still missing. A large number of those are from the Camp Mystic site, which is near Hunt, Texas.
Okay, so in a few minutes, hopefully, we're hoping to get another update from leaders. We don't know if that's going to be the governor or if this is going to be specifically from people, the leaders in Kerr County. So we're waiting for that. Meantime, we've been saying that we've got reporters spread out. We've got a number of them in Kerrville, and I believe we were going to show something from our Patty Santos that she shot today. If we can listen to that right now.
Okay, we've got a little confusion going on in the control room right now.
A lot going on.
Let's check in with our Adam Cascu right now to talk about the weather situation, what we can expect over the next few hours and days. Adam.
Yes, and we can anticipate some more pop-up showers and even some downpours. And I do think even tomorrow afternoon and evening, we could have another bullseye of heavy rain. Between 4 to 7 inches is not out of the question with this type of weather pattern. Now, right now it's very light rain. This is nothing to really worry about. But as I mentioned before, I anticipate a few little pop-ups. I just can't rule it out. I know with these systems that we can still get that up and through about 9 p.m. And this may be the beginning of one right here near Carpenter between Lone Oak and Lavernia. So we'll watch for more of this. But again, after sunset, starting to simmer down, and then we'll see some more development tomorrow.
Thank you, Adam. Let's go out to our Dylan Collier right now. He's in the Hunt Ingram area, an area that along Cade Loop that was cut off for a good part of, more than 24 hours, Dylan. But we're happy to report the bridge has been fixed.
The bridge has been fixed at one of the entrances to Cade Loop. We're just off of TX 39. And throughout the day yesterday, we spoke with a man, Bill Walsham, stage 4 cancer. He owns property off of Cade Loop, has a number of buildings here. He was among those hundreds of people in this area that were stranded. He was running low on medicine. You could tell from talking with him yesterday and speaking with him today that the panic had really sunk in. He wanted to get off of Cade Loop. He wanted to get out of this area. He had been calling the sheriff's office, asking if nothing else to have a helicopter come and get him out. He was concerned about immunocompromised, having a lot of bacteria around him. This was some of what he told us yesterday about his situation.
Overnight it was rattling the entire house, the windows. The thunder was just like sledgehammers hitting the roof. It was unreal. It was rocking us out of bed, and the rain was just relentless. And I personally thought, it's probably, flood, the river's going to come up a little bit. I had no idea what I was going to see. Yeah. This happens, the night before the 4th, when the most people are here, and probably in the most people in dangerous areas. So it's just hair-raising that something like this would happen.
And we are happy to report within the last half hour, we heard from Bill. He was able to be driven off of Cade Loop to safety. So a little bit of good news and all of this sad news that we've had to report over the last day and a half.
Dylan, that warms my heart because we aired that interview with Bill Walsham yesterday. We found out that, that he was undergoing cancer treatment, but even while he was worried about himself, he was more worried about all of the people around him who needed help, and he just felt helpless. And I'm so happy that we got another update from him and that he is now safe. So thank you so much for getting that information for us.
Hey, Dylan, I'm struck by the fact that Cade Loop is a popular area. People go to their vacation. There are some people that own property and have houses, like you just mentioned, Bill, in that area. But you look behind you and you see all the trees that are gone and all the vegetation that has been swept away. I mean, you talked to a woman earlier that said basically the landscape and topography of that area is changed forever.
Yeah. She said it'll never be the same. Amy Maroney said 2 days ago she sat in the river on a chair as it gently went by, had her toes in the river, was looking at the forecast, saw that it was possibly going to drizzle the next 2 days, and then it got a little more serious in terms of the forecasting for number of inches of rain. Now we're talking several hundred feet on both sides of that river. The water extended to, covered up a lot of houses on Cade Loop, even the ones that are back and built into the hillside. The water came onto their property, came up the property line near the actual buildings. Just incredible to see how much could change in a matter of a couple hours.
What is that that's in the debris there? Is that a boat? Side of a house? What is
You've
that?
got a Sea-Doo jet ski.
That's what I thought. Okay.
It's a paddle boat.
Yeah, it looks like a paddle boat, and then a Sea-Doo flipped over on top of it. Sal, were those Texas game wardens? Yeah, so we just in the last few minutes we had Texas game wardens searching this area, marking X's. We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, and those game wardens have been very active. Now we want to go.
Thank you, Dylan.
Oh, we're told that we have a press conference.
We're going to the 6 o'clock press conference update. Let's go there now.
Yeah, y'all tell me when you're ready.
And again, you said 10 and 3 tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll go over that to you. Yeah, I'll go over that. I'm not gonna go till everybody says. Everybody ready? Yes, sir. All right. All right, like I said, thank y'all again for being here. Those that don't know, Larry Letha, Kirk County Sheriff. How we're gonna run this, I'm gonna talk a little bit and then the city manager talk. We're gonna take very few questions. Starting tomorrow, we're gonna do 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. tomorrow for y'all. We're doing the best we can to get you as much information as fast as we can. As I tell you today, and I expect tomorrow and the next couple of days, information's changing rapidly and quickly. Got a few notes here. We continue to have hundreds of first responders on the ground, water, in this search and rescue process. We have a lot of people here. We got a lot of help. We're very fortunate. Here's some new updated numbers for y'all. As of 5:30, we have recovered 43 deceased individuals in Kirk County. Among these who are deceased, we have 28 adults and 15 children. 12 adults pending identification and 5 children are pending identification at this time. Our missing persons call center is open to those reporting missing loved ones. The phone number is 830-258-1111. Repeating, 830-258-1111. We also are accepting these reports via email at floodrecovery@co.cur.tx.us. Repeating, floodrecovery@co.cur.tx.us. Please provide the last known location and identifying information if possible. We appreciate the assistance we're receiving from all levels of government, from local agencies to state and federal agencies responding. I tell you, the governor has assured us, along with the federal government, that we will have all the resources we need, and we do have that. We've got all the resources we need. We're in really good shape to keep going for several more days. I want to tell y'all something. I appreciate y'all's cooperation. We will try to get you as much updated information as we can starting tomorrow at 10 and 3 o'clock. Once again, as your Kirk County Sheriff, I assure you we're going to do everything along with our partners, and we'll be on this till we find the last body. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to our city manager, Dalton Rice.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good evening. Dalton Rice, the city manager for City of Kerrville. Mayor Herring wanted me to just give a message. He's out with the teams. He's kind of checking on everybody. Just like everybody else, we all need to take, downtime to include y'all. So make sure, y'all are taking care of yourselves as well. We're in a marathon, and we got to make sure we always think about that and look after each other. So a couple updates. Since 6 a.m. this morning, we've had a combined primary clear, so aerial and ground, of about 100-meter distance on either side of the Guadalupe River from 1 mile north of Camp Mystic up through Hunt and Ingram. So we talked about that briefly this morning. Excuse me. We talked about that briefly this morning. So 100 meters on each side, they are continuing operations on that. We are also working on operations within the city of Kerrville as well, again, along the riverbanks as, since the waters have receded some. We are working on, again, we talked about downtime. We are working on locations for first responders to make sure that they do have, their adequate downtime and their rest. We're constantly going through kind of shift management cycles to make sure that our first responders and our crews and teams are taken care of. Public Works, so water is looking good. We've identified some leaks. We've been able to shut those leaks down or isolate those leaks. We will be likely operating off of well water probably for the next foreseeable about 4 weeks is what we're projecting. So we're not going to be pulling surface water for about 4 weeks. With these type of events, there's a lot of debris, there's a lot of chemicals, a lot of gasoline, a lot of other contaminants that are in there. We are working with TCEQ and other partners in there to make sure that we get these issues addressed as quickly as possible. We get a lot of information for people who are wanting help. Excuse me. A lot of people who are wanting information to help. Best thing you can do, especially right in your small local area, don't go out into major areas. Public Works mentioned just, hey, pick up a little bit of debris in your trash cans or your trash bags. Keep it local, but stay out of the major areas. Everything is still, very, very dangerous, very hazardous conditions. Let me pull up our KPUB utility report. Of course, it went away. So KPUB still has approximately 600 customers that are without power. The largest remaining outage customers are west of Ingram, south of 39, along South Fork of Hunt. KPUB issued a mutual aid request on July 4th. 50 personnel and utilities and contractors from across Texas are coming in to support operations and restoration. Hunt or South Fork sustained extensive storm-related damage, including approximately 40 downed power poles with widespread tree and flood debris, heavily damaged infrastructure. Restoration in these remaining areas will be lengthy and complex, and customers should prepare for multi-day outages. Customers outside of these remaining areas still experiencing an outage should report it to KPUB by calling KPUB's outage line at 855-959-2496. But power has been restored to most of the other customers. Like I said, about 600 are still remaining. A lot of the county is also on Aqua Texas or private wells. We try to get information on that, but we don't have a lot of information as far as private wells are concerned or the status of Aqua Texas. But a big bulk of what we had coming through the Guadalupe is within the city limits, which is on the city limit, or city water supply. Aqua Texas and some of those other public water systems are typically outside of what we're thinking is the damage area, but we have not had any reports from Aqua Texas on outages. And with that, we will take a couple questions.
The recovery and for some of the recovery bodies in Louise Hayes Park, and the other part of that question is how many red tag buildings are now on the river that the Kerrville Fire Department has issued?
Yeah, so when you talk about red tag, you're talking about like condemned buildings. Obviously out here, the damage is extensive. Right now, we're really focused on life safety. We are focused on search and rescue. Search and rescue is the priority. So we're not really red tagging buildings. Now we do have structural teams come out. They will mark stuff. You'll see spray paint. A lot of that is to identify where we've at least primary searched. But we are not going into the structural side of things unless it poses a risk to first responders. Our primary focus is on search and rescue of every single person involved, and we'll continue through the night to make sure that happens. Yes, real quick, we are finding bodies and stuff. We knew today was going to be that day. So our numbers are going to constantly be changing. We are constantly working on identification and working with our local partners to ensure that we bring in all the resources so we can make sure that we partner with folks.
What is the communication procedure for letting camps and other places on the river know when to evacuate in situations like this?
So each camp is obviously mostly private, or they have different ownerships. And so especially in this situation, so let's talk about this one more specifically. The event happened very fast. Rose over 20 feet, 30 feet within less than a 2-hour time span. On a holiday in the morning, there wasn't a lot of time in this case. As far as warnings, obviously there's a lot of things going around. We want to make sure that we focus on the early level. Regardless of the warning side of things, again, we want to make sure that we take care of our local community and focus on search and rescue operations. So please keep that question. We definitely want to get these addressed, but right now we want to focus on getting everybody that we possibly can out.
Has that number of the Camp Mystic campers at 27 changed?
As of right now, I do not think it has changed. It is still 27. Yes, sir.
Do you know how many people you guys are searching for as of right now, or is there no cap on that number?
So right now, we're kind of looking at this in two ways. Call it the known missing, which is the 27 camp kids that are missing. We will not put a number on the other side because we just don't know. Campers are coming in for 4th of July weekend. People are camped along the riverbank. People are coming in to visit. There's a number that we just don't know yet, and we don't know what we don't know. So as things are starting to develop and as things are starting to move along, we're not going to put a cap on this. We are just going to continue until we find everything else. One more question.
You know there are many children missing. Are there any camps?
Let me give it to somebody else.
Just one question about current rescues. Can you give us a sense about how often you're seeing a rescue, and just in terms of kind of like, for example, when your last rescue was?
So, obviously with the camps, we've been rescuing people out of these camps by the hundreds, all day. So there's a lot of folks that are shelter in place, so we leave them in place to make sure that we get them food, water, and some of these camps actually now are self-rescuing, if you will. Maybe that's not the right word, but they are self-extricating, if you will. So they're getting water's down, they're getting their own resources, they're not having to tie up local and state resources. We are monitoring them, and they're accounting for their own folks. So that has been going on obviously for over 800 plus people, and we're continuing to do that. So good.
Sorry, one more question. I absolutely appreciate that right now the focus is finding the missing. It's a very active search and rescue. But what do you say to the parents that are in grief, understandably frustrated as to how in the world this could happen? How in the world you could have so many campers in the way of this danger and not taken out of there ahead of this war?
Yeah, that's the question of the hour. But with these, this is last time it was this bad, and this one is even worse than that. Was 1987. You can't predict it. Everybody in the media even knows, everybody who does this and sees this every single day, you have the inverse effect of if you continue to push it, and you see this in Houston areas all the time, you cry wolf. What happens when you continue to ramp things up and you continue to put a lot of information out there? Again, not to harp on the media, but there's a lot of stuff that gets overspun up, and we see that way too often, and then that trickles down. So we did look at stuff. Obviously, I had told the story. I was out on the river trail at 3:30. I left about 4 o'clock. We did not see any signs of the river rising, and by 5:20, we almost weren't able to get out of the park on the upper end. It rose that quickly.
So was it a matter of just rising so quickly and this being a massive tragedy that people weren't taking it seriously?
No, this was a massive tragedy, hands down. We are hitting we're hitting from our, again, flood maps, we're seeing some areas where it's hitting the 100-year flood thing. And again, we talked about the North and South Fork. That water hit perfectly. You heard Chief Nimkid talk a little bit about, the wide area. This went from San Angelo to Waco and all. They stage where they can, but you do not know what's going to happen, one, until water falls, and two, the predictions were definitely off. That water and rain fell almost double of what was anticipated, both in the North and South Fork, and converged into one place, and it rose that quick. So thank you.
Sheriff, do you please repeat the numbers again?
All right, that was Kerrville City Manager Dalton Rice who was speaking there at the end. And we heard from Kerr County Sheriff Larry Letha as well. To start this day, the mayor of Kerrville said today will be a hard day. It is proven true. The latest update on the number of dead in Kerr County alone, 43 dead, 28 adults, 15 children.
Okay, I believe that we want to go to something else right now.
10 in the morning.
So the news
And
conference
one
continues.
to follow at 3 in the afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, that was just an update on when they'll give us updates tomorrow. It's still the same news conference. They're expecting updates at 10 in the morning and 3 p.m. tomorrow. As I was saying, 43 dead, 28 adults, 15 children. 12 adults have not been identified at this hour. 5 children have not been identified. They continue to say 27 campers from Camp Mystic are known missing. They can't put a number right now on the unknown missing, the people that were there visiting, people that were camping, people that were in some of these homes that we've reported on that were swept away in the Kerrville area.
And those leaders, obviously, as they're giving devastating news, the city manager said, we knew it would be that day. They knew last night when they were updating us throughout the day yesterday, they knew that once things settled down, the rain stopped, and that daylight would break, that we were going to continue to get devastating news. And that death toll has continued to climb. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say we also got a glimpse at the search. They're searching grid by grid. We heard that from Nimkid earlier. What the city manager said is they are searching 100 meters on each side of the river. That's where the search and rescue operations are taking place, on foot, in the air. There are dogs, there are people on the river itself, game wardens that are going up and down. And 1 mile north of Hunt to Ingram, all the way to Kerrville and beyond is where these search and rescue operations are taking place. And the city manager very clear that that's the priority.
Right.
That the search and rescue is the priority right now. And the search and rescue takes precedence over everything, including buildings and cars and all that are in that area. They're looking for people right now.
Yeah, the only thing they said about buildings was that some crews were going into some homes, and that's when they usually put down something with spray paint just to let other rescuers know that other first responders have been there. There are hundreds of first responders right now on the ground. And the one thing that they also said that gave me hope was that this is when the Kerr County Sheriff spoke. He said, we're in good shape. We have all the resources that we need. We will be on this until we find the last body. But I'm saying that because we have heard from, local, county, state, federal aid that's been, or help, resources that have been given to this search effort, that they're saying we have the people that we need on this right now in order to try and rescue as many people as we can. Dalton Rice, the city manager, when he spoke, he said, we are in a marathon. Now, the other thing.
And he also talked about the fact that they're trying to figure out right now where their first responders can go to get a break, where their first responders can go to catch their breath. I thought it was also very nice of him to say he hopes the media takes a break and gets to rest, because this is a marathon. It's not something that's going to be over by the end of the day. I thought that was very well spoken when he said that.
I also wanted to talk about what other people who maybe live in Kerrville and don't have any damage, but some of what they're going through as well, because, you know, there are also people that have lost access to utilities. As far as the water, you know, you have to remember that when you have this much water being dumped out, coming from, and also water that is picking up vehicles, cars. I mean, how about that video that we saw in Hunt where that gas pump was knocked over?
Right.
We don't know about
a number of gas pumps.
All those nasty chemicals that are in that water right now. They don't want the water, the drinking water in Kerrville, to become contaminated. So what they're saying is that they're operating on well water right now. There are restoration efforts across the state, and you have linemen, so many other people from across the state of Texas coming in to try and restore power.
Yeah, they expect they could be on well water in Kerrville for 4 weeks. Luckily, they have that capacity, but instead of using the Guadalupe River for part of their water, they can't right now. They got to wait for it to kind of flush out there. So that's going to be a 4-week process. Also, we got a glimpse into just how many rescues are taking place at the 18 camps that are along the Guadalupe that stretch from Kerrville to Ingram to Hunt and then further up towards the north and the south fork of the Guadalupe River. They said that they have had hundreds of rescues so far that have been carried out at some of these other camps other than Camp Mystic, hundreds. And that some of these camps are self-evacuating or sheltering in place, that they have the capability to do that. Even though some of them may still be without power. They said Hunt could be without power for days. Parts of Hunt, Texas, that they are sheltering in place. They have food, they have water, they have everything they need. They're just letting people know we're fine, but we're staying put because we don't want to tax the resources that are out there searching for people who may still be out there alive along the banks of the Guadalupe River.
He did make it clear that county leaders and rescuers have been in touch with some of those people also who have let them know, hey, we're okay. So that is obviously good there. But yeah, there's no clear number. I'm sure that while he was speaking there were lots of other people being rescued as well. So that's why it's impossible to really say how many people have been rescued. When this is all said and done, obviously we should have a clear idea as to what that number is. Okay, so now we're going to take a break. We're going to go to a break, and then we'll be right back. Thank you for joining us. We did get an update just a short time ago from county leaders there in Kerr County. The death toll continues to rise. 43 people have been confirmed deceased. These were people that were found in Kerr County. We do want to specify that because yesterday there was the possibility that there was someone else who was found in Kendall County. So we still don't know what they've been able to figure out from that. But the 43 people who have been confirmed dead were found in Kerr County. We know that 28 of them, 28 adults, 15 of them children. Still 12, and of those 12 adults and 12 adults and 5 children have not yet been identified.
Yeah, I was also getting some information about the fact that Kerrville is starting a rebuilding recovery effort, the Kerrville Chamber of Commerce, and they've put out a logo for Kerrville Strong. We'll hopefully get a little bit more information on that tonight. I also want to go now to John Paul Barajas, who is standing by. He is between Seguin and Gonzales along the Guadalupe River, where some people have decided to leave, John Paul, but some people have decided to stay.
That is the case, Steve. This stretch of Highway 90 between Seguin and Gonzales saw close to 10 inches of rain early in the morning, so we've been checking on this area, especially because it is downriver from Kerrville, where we saw that devastating rain that you guys have been covering. Now, one of those campers said that before we got here, a firefighter came out and just gave them a heads up and warning that about 5 or 6 miles upriver that the flood gauges or the water gauges there were rising, just kind of telling them to keep an eye on it. For him, it was too much. With everything else, I think they're trying to talk to me right now. Is there something going on? Okay, so he was trying to get out of here because of the danger of potential floodwater rising. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Even when the infrastructure's there, it's not enough to handle that.
We had close to 10 early this morning here.
Sir. Yeah, it was a lot. The river back here, we went back down there, and it's up, but it's not out of its banks, really. It's just up.
So yeah, so that was more of a heads up. We've also stopped at a couple other places like McQueenie. The dam there was holding up fine when we were there a few hours ago. The river, the canals there looked like they were holding up just fine. But again, something to keep in mind if you're along the path of the Guadalupe River, to keep an eye on how things come downstream, even when it's not raining. We also stopped in Seguin. Police there told us that things are opening back up. The roads are opening back up. There's some slight road damage and property damage, but luckily they had no injuries and just a few water rescues. Steve, Stefania?
Yeah, good news from there. Thank you, John Paul. We also have been monitoring the weather situation and just what's going to be happening over the next few hours, over the next few days. We are in a wet pattern, Adam, where it seems most afternoons we're just getting rain. That has switched over to a pattern where it seems we're getting more sustained rain really anytime.
Yeah, right now it's going to be more during the daylight hours rather than at nighttime, and really more scattered in nature, but some localized bullseyes. That's the thing, and I expect a few more bullseyes anywhere from I-35 to the Rio Grande come tomorrow afternoon. Now, this is interesting. I'm going to show you. So I have the Guadalupe River, and actually all the rivers, highlighted in blue here, and I want to show you a video of just north, so just upstream, barely upstream, basically right here at First Crossing, where you see First Crossing right before the river flows into green. The video of the Guadalupe from the heavy rainfall earlier today and how quickly and how significantly it rose. Now, this is near a tubing rental area. I believe it's Jerry's Rentals, Jimmy's Rentals. Anyway, I forgot. Jerry's Rentals. Yeah, Jerry's Rentals right there, crossing a little bit of a campground. And usually this bridge is, way above the water, but you see just how quickly and how hard it was flowing earlier today. Here's another good example. Boat ramp 23 was bow dry until today. This is around Canyon Lake, and off into the distance you see a lot of that debris as well, because that's where everything flows from Kerr County all the way into Canyon Lake, and then from Canyon Lake down to the Gulf is a separate situation. Now, this was 2 miles south of the Guadalupe River in Seguin. This is mainly flash flooding, not river flooding. This is the flash flooding, the street flooding, the kind that comes from the torrential downpours, not necessarily the swell of water from the river. But this is how hard it was raining in the Seguin area earlier today. And we did see upwards of 4 or 5, even 6 inches of rain in some of those spots. So that's the latest on our KSAT Connect. And, I appreciate everybody sending this stuff in. And this one really tells the tale of where the Guadalupe flows into Canyon Lake. That's not land. Those are logs. That's debris. Generally big logs, but also people's belongings that have been swept into where Guadalupe River flows right into Canyon Lake. And Steve, you mentioned more rain chances. Yeah, the chance of some more showers later on, just over the next couple of hours, really. What we're watching on the radar now is just light rain. Nothing significant. This is light rain. Most of the action was closer to Austin. And by the way, some flooding up in the Austin area, especially Georgetown, along the San Geronimo. They had issues there, still ongoing. Around here, it's just very light in nature and the potential for some of the downpours as we get on into the next couple of hours. Look at the rainfall. I mentioned the heavy rain. Right along the Guadalupe River, you can see it highlighted in blue. And this purple color is at least 6 inches of rain. So 7.7 inches, right where I showed you the video, about 7.5 inches of rain estimated earlier this morning, causing the issues. And then not quite as much over McQueenie and all the other lakes dammed up along there, but from Seguin eastward along the Guadalupe River, from downtown Seguin, 6 to 7, even upwards of 9 inches. Look at that, just south of Kingsbury. This is just a few miles south of Kingsbury. Let's see. That is 5 miles south of Kingsbury and 5 miles east of downtown Seguin. Really quick look at our rain chances going forward. Give you the whole 7-day forecast here. And I anticipate more pop-up downpours tomorrow afternoon, even midday, limited Monday, and then late Tuesday we see that action pick up again as well.
And I'd love to know how this weather pattern specifically, or all this moisture in the air, how that's affecting search and cleanup efforts and all of that, because we've seen so much debris, so much mud, and so a lot of people can't get into their homes or their properties. Our Zaria Oates is, well, in a moment, we're about to go to her over in Center Point.
Well, and Center Point is an interesting city because it's a place, or an interesting town. It is a place that was cut off for part of yesterday. I mean, the firefighters could not get to the fire station because the fire station was flooded out itself. So let's go to our Zaria Oates now, who is standing by. Last time we saw you, Zaria, you were on the banks of the Guadalupe. Looks like you're back there.
Yeah, I'm back there, and we're actually going to turn around just a little bit and point you up at the bridge. They're leaving right now, but the Schertz Fire Department and Bexar County Fire Department, the ESD2, they're both leaving through this bridge that's blocked off. It happened literally as you guys were getting ready to come over to me. They have been critical. People from out of town, people not from the Hill Country, have been critical to the rescue missions, to trying to find people, to trying to help people who have already been found and maybe need some more assistance. Now, right now, we're actually on the Guadalupe River right here. If you can see kind of in this area where the water looks like it's kind of bubbling up, a woman told me that's actually a road there. This is where people used to be able to drive through over the river. Now it's completely covered by the river. There are also some other people who have been helping look for people, their rescue teams, their volunteers, none of them being paid for their work. They are working tirelessly. Some of them tell me they were out here last night and then again today, just trying to help find some people who are missing in this area. And I did speak with one of those people. He said that he has found lots of stuff, but no people. Take a listen.
So I grew up here, so I've been here through the 80s and 90s. So twice in the 80s, like I was saying, we've seen water hit the bottom of this big bridge, but never necessarily go over or leave debris like this. And then obviously in the 90s, we had some floods here and there, but this was probably the worst one damage-wise and with fatalities and stuff that I can remember, so for sure.
And, I mean, we're still seeing the water rush down.
Yeah.
How is it seeing that it's so bad and you had it come up to your driveway?
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen this before, so it's not a huge surprise to me. Actually, the debris blocking the road right here is kind of more of a surprise than anything.
Really?
I've never seen it completely block the road like this, so.
So how far out does this road, I guess, normally go? Or
it goes all the way across. So the flat kind of, you see the water kind of double over and then it flattens out and then it goes down again. That's a low water crossing right there.
This is, people can drive on this road. Wow. That's
So normally there's a road that comes down and it goes all the way across the other side of the river.
So does the river, it's supposed to go underneath the road?
Yes.
Wow. It literally just looks all like the river.
Yeah. Right now it is.
And have you been seeing lots of helicopters up there?
Yes, we've probably seen at least 5 or 6 throughout the day, and they've just been going the length of the river. So essentially what you see them doing, they've been doing all day. They've just been flying the length of the river back and forth. And I heard that some of them have thermal imaging, so they're still looking for people. But I haven't heard if that's been successful or not, so.
I mean, you have a little one.
Yeah.
How does it make you feel knowing can't miss it?
That is just so heartbreaking to think that as a parent, you send your kid to go do something super fun and then it turns into a tragedy like this. I mean, that's just, my heart goes out for them. I know everybody here in the Hill Country is praying for them and hoping against hope that they'll be found okay. But yeah, that's just heartbreaking.
It's devastating, and I mean, I know you mentioned there might have been a house coming through, but like hearing that the camp is just like demolished. It's bad. What do you think the recovery or the rescue efforts and recovery of just the land and stuff will look like?
Here in Center Point, I know like houses along the river, they'll continue to clean. There's dumpsters out all along the road up here from people cleaning out already. Like, we started the cleanup process. A lot of this along the river will probably stay how it is and just kind of let like nature kind of retake everything. There's nobody that's going to come down here and necessarily like clean it all up.
Wow. You feel like there should be some?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's unfortunately this is part of living along a major river like this. And if you've lived along one for very long, you kind of know what to expect. And so the trees are a little more damaged than I've ever seen. And I know property owners will probably clear out a lot of these ones like you see that are bent like this, but like this piece right here, probably nobody will touch.
And the trees are like wrapped around trees.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and like I said, you can see there's a tree stuck up underneath the bridge. It's like literally it's like sticking out of it like it got stabbed.
Yeah.
So.
And one of the other things that we've been talking about a lot are those missing people. There are several missing people from this floodwater. And one of the people that we spoke with earlier today, that he didn't want to be on camera just yet. He was coming down here to come look for his loved ones, his cousins. He says they're all missing. There are 5 of them who are missing. If you remember the picture of the woman who was in the tree, Devin, they're related to her. Their names are Michelle Crossland, Cody Crossland, Tasha Ramos, Joelle Ramos, and Kendall Ramos. And we're going to zoom in on some pictures just because we're just now getting these over from the family. So these are some of the pictures. If you've seen any of these people and you're able to help in any way, if you're able to help get the family closer to them, or if you know how to get in contact with any of these people, we are trying our best to get as much information out there about the people who are missing from this flooding. This is such a severe situation, and there are so many people still unaccounted for. We will continue to keep you updated on air and online. And of course, as we learn more information either about the missing people or about the recovery efforts happening here or any other law enforcement or first responders coming out to help, we'll keep you updated. Live in Center Point, I'm Zaria Oates.
Thank you, Zaria. And so many pictures and so many stories of just loved ones desperate to find their missing people, the people that they love that are still unaccounted for in all this. And like we said, we know about the 27 campers from Camp Mystic. There are untold others right now that are missing, that were just there on vacation, that were Airbnb-ing it, that were camping along the river. So
maybe their family members or their other loved ones didn't know that they were in that specific area. It's also been very hard to reach people for the past few days because cell service is down, Wi-Fi is down. I do want to give a number just because if you're watching this and when it comes to the missing people, if you have a family member that you're trying to get in touch with that was in the Kerrville area, there's a number that you can call. It's a call center that's been set up. 830-258-1111. Again, 830-258-1111. And when the Kerr County Sheriff spoke about an hour ago, he said that when you call that number, you make sure that you give the person your loved one's last known location. It's very important to have that information right now.
Yeah, you know, when we talk about the 18 camps that are spread out along the Guadalupe River, the Hunt, Ingram, Kerrville area, I had daughters that went to one of the camps. It's not far from Camp Mystic. I can imagine what it's like getting a call or seeing the news that the Guadalupe is out of its banks and wondering where my loved one is, hoping they're safe. Our Myra Arthur joins us now live from Kerrville. Myra, I know that you're very familiar with the camps that are up and down the Guadalupe, the banks of the Guadalupe. I mean, that's where your thoughts are really right now. And as we speak, you still hear the helicopters that are part of this search and rescue mission, and they are making it very clear that that is the priority, search and rescue right now.
Absolutely, Steve and Stephanie. I mean, the sound of Kerrville right now is the sound of helicopters flying overhead. It is the sound of chainsaws. It is the sound, in some cases, of sirens. There is so much heavy machinery in this city right now. You know, we just wrapped up that press conference that we were attending that you mentioned. with local officials here, and just in the parking lot where we were, the number of ATVs, the number of boats, the number of just large, high-profile vehicles, it's astounding to see it all in one place. And we have seen several helicopters flying over the river and really kind of hovering in some locations. They're not moving quickly. They are, it would appear to be actively looking and keeping an eye out. And we did hear earlier in a press conference today that thermal imaging technology that the person Zaria spoke with moments ago, that is still going to be used so that this effort can continue well into the night. And it is a 24/7 operation right now. And just looking at the way that the banks of this river have been destroyed, this is an incredible search effort. Not only knowing what first responders are looking for, that's hard enough, but knowing the way in which they are having to search for those missing folks. There are so many piles of large brush and thatch and logs and debris. Another helicopter overhead here, so bear with me. There are pieces of people's homes that are wrapped up in that debris, around the trunks of trees. I want to mention the numbers that honestly I know we're all dreading, because we know that they are climbing and we continue to expect them to do so. But in that latest press conference, the Kerr County Sheriff, Larry Latha, said that 43 people are confirmed dead. 28 of those are adults. 12 of those adults have not been identified yet. 15 of the victims are children, and 5 of those children have not been identified yet. They are still sticking with the number of known missing from Camp Mystic is 27 campers right now. That is not changing, at least according to their official known missing count. That's what they're referring to it as, the known missing. Because as you, Steve and Steph, mentioned, there are so many more people that they just didn't know they were here. They had no record of those folks in this area. I talked with a couple who rented a house in the Lakey area for the 4th of July. They drove down here today just to see what this area looked like. They didn't want to talk to me on camera, but a husband and wife, they had tears in their eyes, and they said it is one thing to see this on television, but it is another to see it in person. They were standing in front of a foundation of a home that we showed you an hour or so ago, hour and a half, that had just been swept away. That home is no more. It is nothing but that foundation. And you know, there are so many people who are coming to the area, whether first responders and local officials want them to or not, because it is certainly crowded enough with 1,500 plus people here on the ground. But folks are coming just to see it for themselves, and they're asking how they can help. And that was one thing that local officials did touch on in the latest press conference. They said what you can do is clean up your immediate area. Stay within your area, around your home. Do what you can to clean up debris, things of that nature. Don't go to these high traffic areas. You know, don't head out to the campgrounds of Camp Mystic. Don't go to some of these RV parks where we know that vehicles have been swept away. So that is something you can do as well. And another way to reach out to local officials about your missing loved one is email. If you have working internet access, you can type in those details about the last known location, floodrecovery@co.kerr.tx.us. I'll say that one more time, floodrecovery@co.kerr, as in Kerr County, .tx.us. When we were out in that neighborhood last, I talked with a man whose interview we shared with you, Tim Tompkins. He shared some cell phone video with me that he shot Friday morning outside of his house. And I want to show people at home what that looks like. And just, I'm going to be quiet for a minute so we can hear his reaction.
Whole houses are gone, all off the back of this. Whole houses. Oh my God. Guadalupe.
from where that home I mentioned was ripped off of its foundation.
Whole houses are gone, all off that.
And he just told me that it is, he was watching neighbors come out with their chainsaws, doing what they can. And this is going to stick with me a while. So it just shows you an incredible detail of the power of this water, but also the devastation of this community. The baby's room in that home that was swept off its foundation was found down the block. And neighbors who came out with their chainsaws to try to help, they were trying to cut it up so they can move away the debris. Neighbors are going to be dealing with a lot over the next couple of weeks, and one thing that did come out of that press conference was talk about how utilities have been affected. We heard from the Kerrville city manager saying that they will be operating off of well water at least for the next 4 weeks. Another month, they will be operating off of well water. They won't be pulling surface water because, as you can imagine, there are a ton of chemicals in all the water that has been traveling through this area. There's gas in it, other contaminants. They're working with the TCEQ to try to get things cleared up and tap into their usual source as quickly as possible. 600 customers without power. Basically, that's west of Ingram and south of 39. And they also mentioned that they have done about 100-meter clearance on either side of the river at this point, 1 mile north of Camp Mystic, up through Hunt and up through Ingram. But again, it is a 24/7 operation that will be continuing. Right behind my camera here, we're still watching some of these first responder vehicles and heavy machinery pull out. And the sheriff told us today that in this effort, they will be on this until they find the very last body. Steve and Stephanie, for now, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Myra, stay with me for a second. I want to talk about that house that was swept off and the baby's room was found next door. It was empty. They had been evacuated already, I'm hoping, before it was swept off the foundation?
No. Heard that this morning, and then again confirmed with neighbors out there at the scene today. It was a family, a husband and wife, mother and father. They had an older child and then that newborn baby. And they told us today that that family did not survive this.
Oh, that's what I was fearing you were alluding to in that whole thing. So yeah, it's gonna,
yeah.
I mean.
And the neighbor next door, I'm sorry, go ahead, Steve.
No, you continue your thought, Myra.
The neighbor next door to that house, it's a husband and wife. They did survive this, but he told us yesterday morning when we interviewed him that he saw the water rising, heard it, woke up to that. By the time he went to get his keys to move his truck to higher ground, the water was in his truck. He said that's how fast it happened. They did not have a chance to get out, but somehow this couple was able to cling on to a crepe myrtle bush, which is not, some giant tree. It's a crepe myrtle that they lasted clinging to that for half an hour before they were rescued. So one neighbor is a family of 4 that's gone, yeah. And the other neighbors did survive.
And that's the thing. I mean, you showed us earlier in your live shot large cypresses that look like they were peeled like bananas. Mm-hmm. That looked like the bark was just peeled back. Yet these people were a crepe myrtle was able to they were able to use a crepe myrtle to hang on to. I mean, it's such a devastating thing, but also fluky in a way that a crepe myrtle can survive what a cypress tree upriver didn't.
It's incredible just to see the variation. I mean, you've got devastation in one area, stories of survival in another. And I have to tell you, when I was standing there talking to Mr. Tompkins, that neighbor who shared that video with us, right behind us was that Homes Foundation where the home is no longer and the family did not make it. And across the street, the mail was being delivered.
Yeah.
It was such a normal thing, but it was so eerie given the smell of gasoline that's in the air, given the sound of neighbors, that something like that is going on, is continuing, something we see every single day, but just the contrast of those things. Like that couple from Lakey visiting told me, it's one thing to see it in pictures and video. It's another thing to witness it in person.
Yeah.
Experience it. Thank you so much for that live report, Myra. We really appreciate you. We're going to take a break, and then we'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. Our continuing coverage of the Hill Country floods, the floods that, have proven deadly. 43 people confirmed dead by the Kerr County Sheriff, 28 of them adults, 15 children. Just moments ago, Kerr County Sheriff Larry Letha talked about what we know so far.
As of 5:30, we have recovered 43 deceased individuals in Kerr County. Among these who are deceased, we have 28 adults and 15 children. 12 adults pending identification and 5 children are pending identification at this time. Our missing persons call center is open to those reporting missing loved ones. The phone number is 830-258-1111. Repeating, 830-258-1111.
Okay, so that was the sheriff speaking there. Also, if you do happen to call that number, make sure that you tell them the last known location of your loved one. This is new video right now that we're going to. It shows game wardens going through debris, and you can finally see, I don't think we've seen video like this just yet, where you have people who are part of the search and rescue effort actually going through that rough terrain. But you can see these are people who are obviously trained to do this kind of thing, but even they're having to hold on to trees and branches and all of that, because not only is there debris, but there's also a lot of mud everywhere. So it is treacherous terrain right now that all of these people have to get through.
Yeah, this is in the Cade Loop area where our Dylan Collier was reporting from earlier. Yeah, this is just part of the effort right now. We know that they are searching 100 meters on each side of the Guadalupe River, and they're starting from the North Fork and basically, or the north and where the north and south come together. And yeah, to get a good idea of just how slick and slippery it is. And as they try to look in to some of this debris and just see what's happening.
Yeah, he slipped twice there.
This is part of the search and rescue priority that we're talking about. And then 1 mile down river from the Hunt and through the Hunt and Ingram area, Kerrville through Hunt and Ingram.
You don't really get an idea as to how large these trees are until you see someone next to one that's on the ground. And there you saw that game warden trying to peek through that brush. But, obviously they're going to need to do a lot more than that to see if there's anything or unfortunately anyone there.
Well, I'm not sure how much more than that they can do right now. So I think this is the first part of the search and rescue, just hoping they can find somebody that's alive in there, maybe unconscious in there. Center Point also, we talked about that in an area. We had our Zaria Oates out there. It is an area where they have also seen rescues. Some people that floated along the river for 15 to 20 miles until they were rescued in the Center Point area. Gage Golding is a reporter from our sister station in Houston, KPRC. He's got this story from Center Point.
The Guadalupe River looking very different, as if it was just an afternoon shower that fell here. You would never guess just by looking at this river that a wall of water 30 feet deep was running through this riverbed, taking everything and anything with it. A daring rescue in the raging flash flood waters of the Guadalupe River. The now viral moment playing out in Carl Jeter's backyard in Center Point. What did you hear that drew your attention over there? What was she saying?
She was screaming, help, help, help.
Devin Smith has already been hanging on here for hours. She, along with her mom, dad, and uncle and sister, were camping along the river in Kerrville. The flash flood sweeping all of them away.
She noted that there was a refrigerator that multiple times had taken her under, and debris that kept trying to pull her underwater until she finally was able to get up into the tree.
Told about RVs going by and trees and stuff.
After floating more than 15 miles down the river, somehow Devin grabbing onto this tree, holding on for dear life, until Carl heard her screams. and the rescue crews saved her.
I still got to get back across. There's no words. I mean, it's a miracle. She said, you know, I guess God had a better plan for me.
Now to the worst part of this story. All 5 of Devon's family members who were swept along the way with her have yet to be found. The rest of her family now joining many across the Texas Hill Country that are left searching for some kind of answers. In Center Point, Gage Golding, KSAT 12 News.
Appreciate Gage helping us out. And this we've seen a lot of this over the last couple of days. People trying to find their missing loved ones. This is Greta Toronto. She's missing from Camp Mystic. This picture posted on Facebook by the school she attends in the Houston area. I want to just let you know we're going until 7 o'clock, but we want to end with these pictures that we have and the stories that people have about their missing loved ones, hoping to find them still.
We want to give you as many details as possible. And here for the next picture, we're going to go to the Odessa Police Department. Right there praying for one of its own, still missing in the aftermath of the flooding in Kerr County. That's Officer Bailey Martin. His girlfriend and parents were visiting the Hill Country for the holiday weekend. And that's a story that we're going to hear over and over again. People looking to go to the Hill Country to have a good time. And unfortunately, this is what happens. But there's police officer Bailey Martin.
Jeff Wilson, Amber Wilson, Shiloh Wilson. Last seen at the HTR Texas Hill Country Campground in Kerrville. Also among the missing, Jeff is a teacher at Kingwood High School, which is northeast of Houston, our sister station in Houston, reporting the family on their way to a youth rodeo for Shiloh when this flooding hit.
Now, this next picture, we're going to show you adorable Kellyanne Lytle. The photo that you're looking at was shared with us by her father. Kellyanne was at Camp Mystic. Still hasn't been found.
Telling you now about another family missing after the catastrophic flooding in the Hill Country. Tivy soccer coach Reese Zunker, wife Paula, 2 children, ages 8 and 3, have been reported missing. The family from Kerrville. Coach Zunker has been the soccer coach at Tivy High School for the past 12 years. According to family members, he and his family vacationing in Hunt. They were just up the road from Kerrville, along with Paula's mother, Lucy. The house sat on the river between Camp La Junta and Camp Mystic. They've still not been found. A family member reached out to KSAT with the following information. Quote, Reese and Paula are late 30s. Lyle is 8. Holland is 3. They went missing early this morning when the water swept the house they were staying in away. Paula's mother, Lucy, rescued by helicopter. The rest of the family is missing, end quote.
Now, this family is putting out pictures of 4 people that you see on your screen. Ella Cahill, along with Aiden Hartfield, Joyce Baden, and Reese Manchaca. They were in a house over in Hunt that was swept away. The address was 1769 Highway 39 over in Hunt. And all 4 of those people that you see on your screen are from Beaumont.
They were high school friends, just going on vacation. We also have some sad news, a Facebook page confirming that the camp director of Heart of the Hills, Jane Ragsdale, has died. She worked at the Heart of the Hills camp, longtime camper. Camp was not in session at the time of the floods. That's the Camp Heart of the Hills. It's distinctive because they have the red roofs that you see. It gives you an idea. And she will be the camp community, there are 18 separate camps, but they're one big family. And the camp directors know each other. The people that own and run the camps know each other. So when somebody is lost, everybody there feels it.
And, you know, we mentioned there that the camp wasn't in session. They were supposed to, Heart of the Hills was supposed to have another session starting tomorrow, and they put a message out on their Facebook and also on their website just confirming that they're not going to open this next session. That's been canceled.
We've been telling you about a phone number to call for information on missing people. If you have a loved one that's missing in Kerr County, somebody you haven't heard from, you can call this number, 830-258-1111. And as Stephanie has been saying, give the last known location of your loved one. That is what they'll be asking for when you call this number.
Yeah, try to give as many details as you can, but that is essential information for them to know. We also want to point you in the direction of shelters in Comfort. These are just in Comfort shelters that have been set up for people affected by the floods. You have Comfort High School and then the Emmanuel Lutheran Church over on High Street. And then in Kerrville, we have 3 shelters total: the Calvary Temple Church, Notre Dame Catholic Church, and the First United Methodist Church. And you can see all of the addresses on your screen. It's also information that we have on our website, ksat.com.
Yeah, reunification centers also, one at Ingram Elementary School, one at Arcadia Live in Kerrville, updating all this information online. As we leave you tonight, we want you to think about those 43 people who are dead and those that are still missing in the Hill Country. The latest update comes tonight on the Night Beat at 10.
See you then.
Those deadly, devastating floods in the Hill Country, and our coverage continues on this.
We're continuing to bring you the latest on the Hill Country flooding that happened this weekend. Let's take a look real quick at what we know as of this morning.
So at least 43 people are dead, 28 of them are adults, 15 of them are children, and that number of people remains unaccounted for. We don't even have that number. It's an unknown number. 12 adults and 5 children of those that have died have not been identified, plus hundreds of rescues have taken place. As far as we know, crews are continuing to search at this hour. We are told yesterday they began recovering efforts right now at 8 a.m. So if you're looking for a family member in Kerr County and you want to report them missing, you call that number at the bottom of your screen you see there, 830-258-1111. Tell them your loved one's last known location.
All right, so right now we have our very own meteorologist, Sarah Spivey. She's been working wall to wall with trying to follow up.
And we'll get to Sarah in just a second, but first we need to talk about, as the community is mourning those several lives that were lost as a result of these floods.
We're still learning more this morning, where Humble ISD posted late last night they are grieving the loss of one of their staff members, Jeff Wilson. This post right here to social media states that he worked for 30 years at both Humble High School and Kingwood Park High School. Also states that Jeff's brother-in-law says his wife, Amber, and son, Shiloh, still considered missing.
President Donald Trump took to social media Saturday to offer sympathy for the victims of the devastating flooding in Texas. And President Trump wrote his administration is working with state and local officials in response to this flooding.
Plus, Governor Greg Abbott declares today, July 6th, a day of prayer for Texans impacted by devastating floods, urging Texans of all faiths and religious traditions to offer prayers for those healing, the safety of our first responders and public safety officers, the rebuilding of the community, and restoration of the region that was struck.
And we'll continue to update you with the latest information. We're expected to hear from officials at 10 a.m. and we're going to, of course, bring you that live. And again, at 3 p.m., we'll be streaming both of those press conferences right here on KSAT 12 on air and on KSAT.com.
And as you can contact the number on your screen, and that's the Red Cross's number for any questions or information regarding that flooding. For now, let's pass it over to meteorologist Sarah Spivey as we are looking for rain chances today and potential flooding.
Exactly. Rain chances and potential flooding. We have a flood watch for all the counties you see here in green. It does include Bexar County. It includes the Hill Country until 7 p.m. because additional areas of 2 to 4 inches of rain are possible. Coverage of the storms will not be as widespread as it has been the last few days, but wherever we do get heavy rain, 2 to 4 inches of rain will fall on already saturated ground, and there could even be pockets of localized 5+ inches of rainfall. I want to show you what's happening on the radar right now. That same area that was impacted by those horrible floods about to get some light to moderate rain. I know we've got a lot of people in the area that are very sensitive to any amount of rainfall right now after all of that flooding. For now, this is just light to moderate rainfall. I really don't think the risk for flash flooding in this area is until a little bit later in the day, but we will keep you posted. Again, it's not a guarantee that it's going to flood in these areas, just that we're watching for the potential of flooding. I want to put July 4th's rainfall in perspective for you in a different way. Take a look at the Kerr County rainfall that happened on July 4th. I'm going to circle this area right here where a large swath of up to 12 inches of rain fell. How much rain is that? Well, we can see that in these areas, that amount of rainfall amounts to 100 billion gallons of rain that fell in that area. That is more than what goes over Niagara Falls in a day. 100 billion gallons of water fell in this area in a matter of hours. Just goes to show that's why we saw such devastating flooding in those areas. The things to keep in mind for the day today, if I can press upon you, is to know that there is a flood watch through this afternoon. 2 to 4 inches of rain. If you get some heavy rain, will fall with a bullseye somewhere in the watch area of up to 5+ inches of rainfall. The good news is the Guadalupe River is receding, but there is still very high stream flow there with the Guadalupe River. So please avoid swimming in the river. There's lots of debris going on, that kind of thing. High stream flow along the Guadalupe, and we continue to see rain chances with us through Wednesday. We'll talk more in depth about that stream flow, local area lake levels rising, and what kind of impact this could have to the area drought. Details soon.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Billions of gallons. That kind of puts it in perspective that was a huge amount of rainfall that came through.
Yeah, Sarah's been using the word rain bomb, and that really puts it in perspective. Thank you so much for that, Sarah.
So we've been covering this obviously from wall to wall ever since Friday when this all started taking place, and we have so many different crews out in the field.
Our Patty Santos has been on the ground since the very beginning, early in the morning of July 4th. Thank you, Patty. You've been doing such a great job giving us perspective of this devastation. You are now in Hunt, continuing to show us the damage. Patty?
Yeah, a bomb is a good way to kind of talk about what looks like happened here. Alexis Montalvo, my photojournalist, and I, we were driving down here and we saw these concrete slabs and we said, it looks like there was a building here, and sure enough, there was houses here. Actually, 4 houses. There is one here, another one there, but as you can see, everything is gone. It is just a pile of debris. I got a chance to talk to one of the neighbors, Ms. Dee Elliott. She tells me these were her neighbors. They were all okay, but she did have people that she knew that were lost in this flood. And, you know, this is just a look at the kind of work that these families are going to have to work together with their families, their community to rebuild if they want to come back and rebuild here. And you know, today is Sunday. A lot of these families, like Miss Elliott, she was on her way to church, and because they still have hope. There is still a lot of hope in this community because what else do they have? And take a listen. I got a chance to talk to another neighbor who says, you know, they're just asking for prayers.
People have died, kids have died. We're still finding people out here. We have to rebuild because what else do we have out here? We have nothing, literally.
And there's a lot of resilience, but also there is a lot of help that is coming in. Just this morning, we have seen some heavy equipment making their way down to the west of Highway 39, probably to another location that looks just like this. But there are miles and miles of areas that look like this. And if you can help, whether it's with a chainsaw or come in and clean up somebody's house, there are a lot of ways that you can get connected to some of the organizations that are doing it. Please check out our website, ksat.com. Ladies, we'll send it back to you.
Well, Patty, thank you so much for putting that into perspective. When I was out there on Friday morning, I saw one of those slabs of concrete of just a foundation, left, and it's jarring. But just like she said, it's just one of many of miles and miles at that. First responders still have to go through, and they go through the house. They literally lift up every no stone unturned, like the governor said. Right. And they mark it saying this house is cleared and on to the next. But lots of debris that those first responders still have to go through.
Now today, recovery efforts are still underway, including the search to find all those who are missing because of the flooding. And as of this morning, family members have identified 12 people who are presumed missing.
And as of right now, 5 of the missing people are among the 27 campers from Camp Mystic who remain unaccounted for, including this girl, Kelly Ann Lytle. So this photo was shared with us by her father. She was one of the many girls at Camp Mystic, and she has still not been located.
Also missing from Camp Mystic is Eloise Peck and Lila Bonner. Relatives have identified them as well. Also missing, we got Greta Toranzo. Family members are asking you to call that number that you see on your screen right there if you have any information about her.
The fifth girl we know is missing from Camp Mystic is Blakely McCory. On your screen there right now is that number to call for the information on the missing people. That is 830-258-1111. And a family wants to know if anyone has seen these people on your screen. They are all from Beaumont. They are Kelly High School grads. They're all about 22 years old. Their names are Ella Cahill, Aiden Hartfield, Joyce Baden, and Reese Menchaca. They were in a house in Hunt that was along Highway 39 that was swept away. On your screen at the bottom corner there, you see that QR code. We have a list of several other missing people. Their families are asking anyone with any information to please reach out.
Look at your screen right now. We got video that was sent in to us by a viewer. You look right there. Got HEB trucks heading toward Comfort. It's a reminder that there are tons of ways to help. That QR code is going to lead you to a list of those ways that you can pitch in. At the bottom of your screen, got that list at ksat.com.
Japhanie, it's so hard to see all these photos of the missing, especially when you see how young these girls are from Camp Mystic. I mean, a lot of them are about 8 years old.
Yeah.
It just breaks my heart every single time.
And that's why there's so many people that are trying to figure out ways that they can help, even if they got to simply go out and try to search themselves or give donations in whatever capacity. It's just bringing a community together big time.
And we thank our viewers for all of the support and continued support for our family out in the hill country. All right, it is 8:10 and 77 degrees. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
And welcome back. It is 8:14 right now. We are still doing team coverage that's happening with the Hill Country floods, and we have more boots on the ground out in that area.
Yeah, our Robert Arnold, who is from our sister station in Houston, KPRC, is in Hunt, showing us that extraordinary damage out there. Robert, so what are you seeing now?
And forgive me, we moved since the last time that we spoke. We're actually outside of Hunt now. We're in Kerr County. We're upstream from Camp, I'll orient you a little bit. We're upstream from the Camp Mystic Cypress Lake location. Then downstream from that is the Camp Mystic Guadalupe River location. That was the campsite that was just utterly devastated by this. The reason we came up here is search crews started about a mile upstream from that so they can start working their way back down. This is one of the first areas that they started searching, and you can see just how high the water got. As your meteorologist was talking about, a rain bomb, we're seeing constant visuals of just how high the water rose. If you look down there, that's the Guadalupe down there. So the people who have homes along this portion of the river, they're set off from the river, they're higher up. They thought that they were safe from flood waters. This flood decimated these homes. This home is on stilts, so it fared a little bit better. But if you look at the neighbor over here, this home was underwater. So it's set back a little bit. It is still higher off the riverbank, and it was underwater. And I don't know if you can hear the beeping sound through my microphone, but it was one of the reasons we stopped, as we heard this beeping sound, and we realized the fire alarms are going off inside that house. And if you walk with me a little bit over here, you see how much debris was pushed out of the river onto these people's property and through their homes. Another representation, if we walk over here, of how high that water rose and just what homeowners, business owners, this entire community is facing when it comes to rebuilding. It's this type of utter devastation. You can see this home, which is set off, is tilting. It's leaning a little bit down, so there's major structural damage. And if you look here on the corner, on the side over here, Adrian, you can see a watermark. If you come down here a little bit with my photographer, if you look up there, those lines that are on the side of the house, that's how high the water rose. So this house was underwater. It is gutted inside. In addition to homeowners, business owners, this community rebuilding, you also are going to have search and rescue crews back out today. One of the problems that the search teams are having, they still don't have a total number of the missing. Yes, they know the number of young ladies that were missing from Camp Mystic, but that is not the total number of people who are missing in this flood. One of the things the Kerrville City Manager, Dalton Rice, said is the problem they're having is you had so many people from out of town coming in because this was the 4th of July weekend. So they are not sure, and they're not even at this point going to try and guess as to how many people are still missing. But that's why they are continuing to pour search and rescue teams into this area. Last night, Chief Nim Kidd, who's the chief of the Texas Department of Emergency Management, said that there is more than 1,300 Texas personnel on the ground here, and that's in addition to the local and the federal assets that have been brought in. We've started to see heavy equipment come in to try and move these huge piles of debris, because one of the tough parts of all of this is as the search and rescue teams are going along the riverbank, they're also having to go into these piles of debris, search, make sure that there are no survivors hidden, trapped in these piles of debris. They have to go into some of these homes and also make sure that there was no one trapped inside who's in need of help. You can tell this home was searched because you have the X on it, and that's kind of the telltale sign if how you know that a search and rescue team has moved through the area, is you'll see these symbols showing that something's been searched and it's been cleared. So there is still a long day ahead, and it is likely going to take several days before they will be able to complete that search and rescue effort. Reporting live from Kerr County, Robert Arnold, KSAT 12 News.
All right, thank you so much, Robert. And obviously, we see that destruction is already warranting a lot of people who are trying to help from the outside of those borders.
Right. And we have a guest here with us. We are joined with Mayor Gina Ortiz Jones. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Let's just take a second. How are you feeling? I know this has been so hard for all of us. As a journalist, I've been doing this for over 15 years. I was on the ground on Friday, and it's just that palpable, raw feeling of how heavy this is when we were first learning, especially when you learn about all the camps in the area, the little girls that are still missing, and then the number of people that are still unaccounted for.
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me on. What I wanted to do is come on and really talk about how our city has stepped up to help. The devastation is just so widespread. And so at the governor's request, San Antonio, we have sent a contingent of firefighters, 17 in particular, those that are technical rescue, as well as medics and medical officers, and then, of course, the equipment necessary to help, a boat and as well as an ambulance bus. Also very thankful how quickly our city staff has frankly jumped into gear. I myself have been in contact with the mayor. We were actually just texting this morning about resources we can amplify to make sure people have, again, the right partners if they wanted to help. And then I know Eric Walsh and the entire city team has also been in contact with the Kerrville city manager and so forth. Obviously, when I spoke to the mayor, I expressed my condolences for what their community is going through, and that we will be there with them every step of the way. We've been with them for 17 days. Our firefighters are rotating. Again, that's heavy work, and we want to make sure that we've got the right folks doing it. But we'll be there as long as we need to. In times like this, these county boundaries they don't really matter, right? We're going to step up and we're going to help and do all that is necessary. Let me just note what we are not doing, though, and what we are leaving to the local folks as well as to the camp officials. It's really those folks that are overseeing the reunification efforts, right? So I know you highlighted the numbers that folks should continue to call. That is what they are doing. I will highlight, though, when I was talking to the mayor, their partner for volunteer coordination and for in-kind contributions is the Salvation Army there in Kerrville. So if folks want to help in that way, please go to that website to identify additional information. If folks want to make a monetary contribution, their trusted partner is the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country, and they have set up the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund. So those are the two partners that are trusted, have been vetted, and folks can go to if they'd like to be helpful.
As a city leader, we asked you earlier, one of the things that you guys are doing is watching closely from a distance. There's a reason you're doing that, and you'll notice on their first responders pages, they are constantly telling people, please do not get in the way.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. I mean, again, the officials on the ground, they have it under control. Again, at the governor's request, we have submitted we've provided these resources. We have done our own assessment, and that is, in fact, the maximum that we can send and still cover home base. So again, we've done all that we can do, and those resources for the community, in particular Salvation Army in Kerrville, as well as the Kerrville Flood Relief Fund, those are the best ways that folks can be helpful.
I think Governor Abbott talked about it a little bit yesterday. Texas is a special place when it comes to these disasters. We're a family, we come together. How does it make you feel that you're seeing not just, the area of Kerrville come together, but it's, San Antonio and all of our neighbors across the state working together, putting our differences aside to continue to rescue and recover these victims?
Look, first and foremost, right, we have to focus on those folks that continue to need our help, those that need to be rescued, those that need to be recovered. So that is what everybody is focused on. And then again, making sure that those that want to be helpful have the appropriate resources to do so. There will be lots of time to figure out kind of how we got to where we are to ensure the notification and resources were sufficient. Obviously, this was a 100-year flood, but we also know that there is technology available that may have been helpful. So that is for another day. Right now is focusing on helping those that need our help right now.
I know that, last Thursday, on the 3rd of July, we were actually together at the naturalization ceremony that happened at Council Chambers. Everybody was excited and gearing up for the 4th of July. For the 4th, now moving forward, it's not going to be the same for these families impacted and for us, everybody in our area impacted. If you had any words that you can reach out to the family and express to them, that we got you no matter what moving forward, what would you say?
That's exactly the message. We are all in this together. Again, I've been in constant contact with the mayor of Kerrville, and again, I know our city staff is also just, hey, what do you need? Don't hesitate to ask. Even before I came on here, I wanted to make sure I had the most accurate resources that they want to use. So we're doing all that we can do, and I told them don't hesitate to ask. We're just a call or a text away. And again, we'll continue to support as needed, because that's what's needed right now, and we'll step up.
All right, Mayor Jones, thank you so much for your time this morning. And like she said, if you don't have to be out there, because I asked you, have you been out there, you've seen it, you said no, because you don't it's not our job to get in the way.
Got to stay out of the way for those folks doing the hard work.
Mayor Jones, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Okay, another focus right now is the weather because it's still a concern, especially out in the hill country. All of our viewing area for the main part, Sarah Spivey, is still under a flood watch.
That's right. We are under a flood watch across Texas. There's a flood watch, but this one in particular is in effect now until 7 p.m. You can see that we have got on the radar a few showers and storms that are developing in the hill country. Let's go ahead and go to the radar here and take a look at this. Here we go. There's some showers ongoing right now in Kerr County. We've got light rain showers in Kerr County, and they are moving to the south. They're pretty slow, but the thing is that thankfully we're just looking at moderate rain at the moment. If the folks in the back can tell me how long I have here to talk about the weather, I want to make sure I can get the information out to people accurately. Okay, great. We've got quite some time to talk about this. So again, a few showers and storms are starting to develop up in the hill country, but the problem is that these areas are completely saturated. I showed you earlier that we have over in these areas 12 inches of rain has fallen. It equates to about 100 billion gallons of water that fell in this area. So any additional rain that is not moving is likely going to cause some flooding. The good news is this rain is moving, this rain is light, but this is definitely going to be something that people are even seeing a little bit of rain is going to remind them about what happened about a few days ago. So keep in mind that this is moving, so that's some good news there. We do, however, need to talk about the forecast here in San Antonio. As far as our weather goes, today, we're going to be looking at a few showers out there at the moment, but by the afternoon, our rain and storm chances are going to pick up a little bit, 40% coverage. So coverage is not going to be as widespread as it was yesterday. But that being said, there is still that risk there for some flooding. So once again, we've got a flood watch in effect through this afternoon into the early evening. Generally, if you get some heavy rain, there's going to be pockets of 2 to 4 inches of rain with a bullseye of up to 5+ possible. The good news about the Guadalupe River is that it's receding, but we're still seeing high stream flow. In fact, I can go ahead and show that to you right now. The stream flow along the Guadalupe is impressive in a dangerous way. You look at the stream flow near Spring Branch. The river there is flowing at 3,330 cubic feet per second. That is a volume of water flowing fast through Spring Branch. So the river itself is not flooding Spring Branch, but the water is flowing very fast, carrying debris. And then downstream of Canyon Lake, from New Braunfels to Seguin, we're seeing stream flow of up to 4,000 cubic feet per second. So the river is flowing fast. It's not safe necessarily to be on the river because of the fast flow. Even the Guadalupe at New Braunfels is flowing well above what is average. If you were to go tubing in those areas, which I do not recommend, but if you were to go tubing, your time would pretty much be cut in half from what is average to float the river because of how fast that the river is flowing. Once again, let's go ahead and go back to the radar. You can see, again, just a few heavier rain showers falling near Medina now. Medina Lake itself has risen by about 7 feet, but it's still only less than 5% full. So we need a lot more rain to fall in order to see Medina Lake Reservoir filled. As for the forecast for us over the next 7 days, what we're going to see is still a chance for rain through about Wednesday, and then things will start to dry out for us by Thursday, Friday. We're going to be looking at high temperatures in the mid-90s. We'll be back with more news after the break.
Good morning. Welcome back. It is 8:30 on your Sunday, July 6th, 2 days after those devastating, deadly floods, and we continue our coverage.
We're going to bring you the latest on the Hill Country flooding that happened this weekend. Let's look at this. This is what we know as of this morning.
At least 43 people are dead. 28 of them are adults. 15 of them are children, and an unknown number of people remain unaccounted for. Out of those 43 people that are dead, 12 adults and 5 children have not been identified at this time, plus hundreds of rescues still are taking place and have taken place. As far as we know, crews are continuing to search at this very hour. We were told yesterday they will start the recovering efforts at 8 o'clock this morning, so it's been going on for at least the last half hour. And if you're looking for a family member in Kerr County and you want to report them missing, call that number at the bottom of your screen, 830-258-1111. Make sure you tell them your loved one's last known location.
All right, at this time, let's go over to meteorologist Sarah Spivey. She's been on it all morning long, kind of giving us a heads up for more rain to come.
That's right. I want to start with the authority radar because what we're seeing in the Hill Country right now is light to moderate rain. This is not going to result in any flooding at the moment, so that is some good news. But the bad news is the atmosphere is still plenty charged for rainfall throughout the day today. And as we head throughout the day, we get a little bit more heat in the atmosphere. These showers across our region are going to have the capability to turn into thunderstorms that produce heavy rain. So with that in mind, there is a flood watch in effect until 7 p.m. for all of these counties in green that you see here, including Kerr County, where the devastating flooding took place, all across the Hill Country out toward Seguin as well in San Antonio. It doesn't mean flooding is guaranteed in every location here, but it does mean that the atmosphere is primed to produce flooding conditions. So if you get a heavy downpour, you could easily see 2 to 4 inches of rain with localized 5+ inches of rainfall. And that would definitely lead to additional flooding. I want to go ahead and take a look and just remind everybody about how much rain has fallen in the last several days. This is a look at rainfall since July 1st. Now, most of this fell on July 4th and July 5th, but of course we've been talking a lot about the foot of rain that fell in western Kerr County, but also our neighbors to the north, nearer to Marble Falls in Burnett County. These areas saw in some cases up to 1.5 feet of rainfall, and all of the rain that fell downstream of Canyon Lake here happened yesterday. This is why we had that flooding along the Guadalupe closer to Seguin and New Braunfels, not because of all of the rain that went into Canyon Lake, but because all of the rain that fell yesterday in these areas. Again, in some cases up to 7 inches of rain. So needless to say, the ground is saturated. Any more heavy rain is likely to lead to flooding. Thankfully, the rain that's falling in the Hill Country right now is only light to moderate. We're going to keep you posted, and I've got another staggering fact about the volume of water that fell over those areas just to the west of Kerrville. I'll have those details coming up.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Obviously, we've had this team coverage been happening since Friday when this all was unfolding, and we still got that team coverage going on today.
That's right. Patty Santos has been out on the ground since the very beginning at 4 o'clock in the morning on July 4th. And Patty, thank you so much for your coverage and showing us all that devastation. What are you seeing now in Hunt?
Okay, so we were trying to make our way down Highway 39 into Camp Misty, but we started to lose our signal. So we are going to be also heading back for that news conference. But we got a better understanding of how people were trapped in these communities where the landscape, there are hills that are a little higher, and there are areas like the one that you're seeing right here that are low-lying, that are closer to the forks that go through this area. And so this is the area that we're seeing a lot of devastation, but we couldn't go even any further. But I'm hearing that it gets even worse or the same. Concrete slabs where homes were once there. Neighbors already starting to come out to assess the damage. We're already starting to see a lot of the emergency crews, cleanup crews, making their way down towards the camp. I've actually seen some folks that are already walking here that are, it looks like they're doing searches on the ground, on foot, looking for additional people. But really, it is just devastating, guys. What we're seeing this morning, what we're able to see, this is the first time I'm able to see this, and I've been covering this for 3 days. And just when you think, this is bad, you keep driving, and this goes on for miles and miles. I got a chance to talk to Ms. Dee Elliott, who lives down the street. Her home was safe, but her neighbors rushed to her home because her home is on higher ground. So they were able to seek shelter at our property until rescue crews or family members were able to come in and take them. But you see that house in front, just the garage that was once there, now gone. You also see right there on the left side of your screen, some heavy equipment making its way down to continue this cleanup. Again, Miss Elliott, I asked her, what do you need from the community that is watching, that a lot of us feel very helpless? What can we do for you? And take a listen to what she said.
What do you want to say to the community? There's a lot that needs to be cleaned up here. There's a lot of people that are wanting to help one way or the other. What do you say to the community?
I'd say they probably are going to have people come in to help with chainsaws, and I don't expect people to come in with chainsaws, but just to keep us in your prayers. But most of the people aren't here now. Mm-hmm. They've either been picked up, but to clean up this mess.
Yeah, a lot of chainsaws, a lot of prayers. Today is Sunday. A lot of folks are going to be heading to their communities. A lot of those churches becoming donation spots for folks who want to do something. Please get connected. If you're seeing this devastation is hit, it's going to take a long time to clean up, but don't come this week. Don't come today. Maybe come in a few weeks, or get connected with an organization that will consistently come back to this community to continue to provide support. If you want to donate, if you want to give, please, we have a list of organizations right now that are collecting money for those victims. But again, all we can do right now on this Sunday is just pray, and also think about the first responders that are continuing the recovery efforts today into day 3. Well, we are on our way back into Kerrville right now to head to that news conference at 10 o'clock, and we hope to bring you more updates then. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Patty. And while families are on pins and needles waiting to hear any update about their missing loved ones, we're hearing stories of heroism.
That's right. People putting their lives on the line to save others. One of those individuals is Dick Eastland, known to so many in the Hill Country. He was the owner and director of Camp Mystic, a private Christian summer camp for girls. Unfortunately, he passed away because of this tragedy. One of his family members took to Facebook and said that Dick Eastland died trying to save campers.
The Kerrville Daily Times also published an article on their website about the tragedy, saying the writer, Paige Sumner, wrote about Dick, quote, "It doesn't surprise me at all that his last act of kindness and sacrifice was working to save the lives of campers. He had already saved so many lives with the gift of Camp Mystic." And we have an update about missing Zunker family. Tivy boys soccer coach Reese Zunker and his wife Paula were among those who died. The team announced on Facebook Saturday night, at last check, the 2 children are still missing, reportedly swept away from their home in the Hunt area.
We've also been telling you about Reese Zunker, Kerrville Tivy High School's boys soccer head coach, and his family since they were reported missing. The school did confirm that Reese and his wife Paula were found dead. The school saying this about Reese, quote, "Coach Reese Zunker was not just a soccer coach. He was a mentor, a teacher, and a role model for our Kerrville kids." At this time, there's no word about their children who are still missing. And I know that a lot of our viewers are saying, why aren't you posting all of the people that are missing? There's so many people being posted on social media. We need the family's permission to post those photos. And also we have a way longer list of those missing with those photos who have gotten permission from the family, also on ksat.com.
Yes, I'm happy you said that too, because again, there are so many overwhelming our inboxes and stuff, and I know that the city officials don't even have a number of the ones that are exactly missing. So we're going to be staying on top of that all morning long, especially with the press conference coming up at 10 and then another one at 3. Right now, though, we're at 8:45 at 77 degrees outside.
We'll be right back.
She just kept screaming, and I thought she was in the river. It sounded like the voice was moving.
Stories of survival continue this morning from Kerr County after the deadly flooding that devastated communities all along the Guadalupe River.
Paige Hubbard with our sister station KPRC, and listening to those accounts, she joins us live from Centerpoint with how the community is pulling together. Paige.
Good morning. Right now, I'm standing right in front of the Guadalupe River, and we were able to speak with a man who lives just across the river. He tells us that he had to rescue a woman from the raging floodwaters. And just a quick note on the conditions, things are much calmer than what we saw a few nights ago, but some of that rain that Sarah spoke about is coming down right now. Now, back to that, we're camping near the river in Kerrville when they were swept away in floodwaters together. Devin and other family members drifting more than 15 miles down the river one by one. Devin says she watched them float away. She, however, managed to grab a hold of a tree, literally hanging on for her life. Her screams were heard by Carl Jetter, who saw her from his back porch. He says he then sprang into action, calling first responders, telling them what he was witnessing. Smith was rescued and taken to a hospital where she remains this morning. Jetter says it was a moment he'll never forget.
There's no words. I mean, it's a miracle. I went to hollering back to her that, hey, I see you. We're going to get some help for you, but you're going to have to hang on.
At this hour, the rest of Devin Smith's family is still missing, unfortunately. Devin told Carl that there was a refrigerator that had taken her under multiple times, and debris was also pulling her underwater. As we've been out here this morning, we've seen some of those recovery efforts taking place. I spoke with a man who says that he's right here from Centerpoint, and he just wanted to do his part and help out. We've seen people canvassing the bank of the Guadalupe River, and as you all have been reporting, there is a press conference coming up at 10 a.m. where we will be able to give you more information. But for now, that's all that we have right here. I'll go ahead and send it back to you all in the studio.
Thank you so much, Paige. And as she mentioned, just describing her experience, they're going to be in need of counseling services for everyone involved.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that she talked about, that refrigerator bringing her down. I mean, I can't imagine. She is so fortunate to be alive because the amount of debris that all of these victims were encountering as they were going down that water. It's incredible that she was able to grab that tree and, you're not hitting your head or getting taken down by other debris in that rush of water. And Sarah, you have given us a great perspective on the amount of water that fell in a small period of time there.
Yeah, this is a different way to look at this. We're not just talking about inches of rain. We're going to talk about a volume of water here. So estimates within this box of rainfall are up to about a foot of rain. That includes areas along 39 up to Hunt, Ingram, the Camp Mystic area. To put this in perspective to you, the amount of water, the volume of water that fell in a matter of hours in these areas is 100 billion gallons of water. That is more than flows over the Niagara Falls in a day. 100 billion gallons of water in a matter of hours. That's why we saw such devastating flooding along the Guadalupe River. And we can actually go ahead and remind folks about how much of that, how that Guadalupe River rose. By about 4:35 on the morning of July 4th, up to 29 feet in Hunt. 10 minutes later, up to 23 feet in Kerrville. By 11 a.m., 35 feet in Comfort. And then farther downstream, 50 feet was how high the river rose at Ammons Crossing south of Bergheim before finally cresting in Spring Branch. So this was July 4th and 5th along the Guadalupe, all of that flowing into Canyon Lake. The river south of Canyon Lake or downstream of Canyon Lake might not have flooded if it wasn't for the fact that areas around that Guadalupe River downstream of Canyon Lake saw this much rain right over the river itself, up to about 6 inches of rain between Sattler and Green, and then near Seguin there was about 7 inches of rain as well. So we're currently seeing very high stream flow along the Guadalupe River, even though it is not flooding. So the stream flow along the Guadalupe River is flowing fast. Take a look at Seguin, up to 4,000 cubic feet per second. So again, the river is not at flood levels, but it is moving very fast, and there's lots of debris in the river still, especially downstream of Canyon Lake. We are going to keep everybody posted on that, but we can't let our guard down because there is a risk for flooding again today. As we take a look at the radar, you can see that there's quite a bit of rain falling right now just to the west of Kerrville in Hunt and Ingram. The good news is this is only light rain. It is not going to be causing any immediate issues with flooding, but there is some more moderate rain falling near Mountain Home. The bad news is the same system that produced that rain bomb is still overhead, and you can see that here the last 24 hours. Now it has started to move a bit, which is good news because for a while it was just parking itself right over Texas. It has started to move to the west a little bit, but with that low pressure system and the Gulf moisture, we are still going to be having a risk for flooding today. And that's why there is a flood watch in effect through the evening. Now, it doesn't mean that flooding is guaranteed in these counties in green, but just that it's a possibility. If you get heavy rain, you could easily see 2 to 4 inches of rain with bullseyes here and there of up to 5+ inches of rainfall. So we're going to keep you posted about that. As I break down your hour by hour forecast though in San Antonio, coverage of the rain will be less, not as much as it was yesterday. You can see just a few spotty showers out there right now, but by the afternoon about 40% coverage. So we'll keep you posted. When are we going to dry out? Unfortunately, we still have rain chances in our forecast until Wednesday. That's a sentence I didn't think I would say. Unfortunately, we still have rain chances. For the longest time, we have been begging for rain because of our drought conditions, but now it's been too much of that rainfall. So we're going to dry out by the end of the week. We'll be looking at highs in the mid-90s. It is quiet around San Antonio right now. Let's take a look outside with live cam. You can see that things are quiet for us at the moment around San Antonio, but we'll have to still be on alert for that potential for flooding this afternoon. We'll be back with more news after the break.
They're going through horrific events that have turned their lives upside down. We're working to aid them, assist them with regard to counseling, grief, all kinds of things we can do to assist those families. One of the most important things that we can do is to address their greatest concern, and that is there are so many families that are still waiting to learn about their loved one. And we are working 24/7 to get the information that will be able to answer their question. What I can tell you is several things. I had the opportunity yesterday to visit Camp Mystic and get to see firsthand what happened there, as well as all the way downstream after that. And it was nothing short of horrific to see what those young children went through. And we will remain 100% dedicated, searching for every single one of the children who were at Camp Mystic, as well as anybody else in the entire riverbed, to make sure that they're going to be recovered. We know that parents and families, they want information, they want closure, and we want them to know that we are working as swiftly as possible to get them accurate information that will provide that closure. I do want to thank the local officials, city and county and otherwise, who also are working around the clock to make sure they are addressing those concerns. The information I'm going to give you is as of this current moment in time, knowing that this information will constantly change throughout the remainder of today as well as in the coming days. In Kerrville, in Kerr County, there are 59 confirmed deceased. There's still 11 missing from Camp Mystic. Separate from there, in the Central Texas area, there are confirmed 10 deceased. And across the state, in all the areas affected by flooding, there are 41 known missing. So important to emphasize this, especially in the Kerrville area. there were so many people who were just camping out, not children in camps, but adults camping out near the river, people in RVs and things like that. There are people who are missing who are not on the known confirmed missing because we don't yet know who they are. We will maintain our ongoing search throughout the entire river system to find anybody who may be missing. One thing that could help this is if you are a relative or friend of someone that you think was in Kerrville or Kerr County that you think is missing, please contact the local officials in Kerr County and let them know that you have the name, identification, and other information about a person who is suspected to be missing. If, however, you don't have confirmed information about that and you're making phone calls, you are slowing down the process of the first responders being able to respond to those who are clearly identified as missing. If you're doing that, you're interrupting official business, and that could be potentially illegal. Call only if you have specific information. While we continue the search process in Kerr County, we are now also beginning the process of responding to the disaster that took place. Includes things like debris removal. Anybody who's seen any images whatsoever in the Kerr County area, you know there's debris all over the place that makes roads impassable, that makes reconstruction projects unachievable, that makes search process more difficult. And the state and local governments are working now on that debris removal process. That process is improved because of President Trump's swift declaration of our major disaster declaration. He ensured in less than 24 hours that major disaster declaration was approved, ensuring that state and local governments are going to have more resources to be able to respond to that disaster, more resources to begin the debris removal, more resources to help individuals who've been impacted by this, as well as local governments that have been impacted by this. Bottom line is this, and that is the swift and very robust action by President Trump is an extraordinary help to our response. I also want to thank Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, with whom I spent the day yesterday in Kerr County. I've been doing this a long time, and I've never seen anybody as responsive and as quickly in her response as what she was yesterday. She didn't wait to get back to us. She was able to, in a matter of minutes, get answers to very important demands. And on behalf of the state of Texas, we cannot thank her or the Trump administration enough. I've also been in contact with, and people reached out from Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Burgum, and others that in the entire administration are a tremendous help. I also want to add that there are governors across the country that have been in contact with either myself or with Chief Nim Kidd or state agencies offering their assistance, including Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the governor of Arkansas, Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, Jim Pillen, the governor of Nebraska, Bill Lee, the governor of Tennessee, Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia, Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, the governor of the state of Oklahoma, and Governor Landry in Louisiana. And again, I'm sorry if I missed some. I know there's others that are constantly reaching out. We're here, as I mentioned, in Austin today because there have been lives lost in this greater region. And importantly, there are dangers over the next 24 to 48 hours that could pose public safety threats to people in these regions. There is heavy rainfall that's already occurred, and there's more heavy rainfall that's expected that will lead to potential flash flooding broadly in these regions. The Big Country, Concho Valley, Central Texas, and once again, Kerrville. The point is this, if you're in any of those regions, you need to realize, for one, you're in an area with land that's already saturated with water. But for another, when more water comes down, it could lead to rapid flash flooding events. Now, there's nothing expected at this time to the magnitude of what was seen in Kerrville. That said, flash flooding can occur at lower levels of water than what happened in Kerrville. It's a particular threat for people who are driving on roadways. Some of the lives lost in Central Texas were people who were swept away in vehicles or in similar crossing type situations. Know that rising water on roads can occur very rapidly. You may think that you can drive through it only to find out when you're in there that it's too late and that you're getting swept away. And so we urge everybody to be extraordinarily cautious for the next 24 to 48 hours. If there's any water on the road, you got to be safe. There's an old saying for a reason, because it's true, and that is turn around, don't drown. You don't need to get from point A to point B if it's going to risk your life. Your job, the most important thing you can do, is to protect your lives. And taking a step back, for all of us up here, that's our number one job. We put public safety first, and we'll worry about the physical damage second. There are still public safety issues and lives to be saved in Kerr County. There are lives to be saved in all these regions that I just mentioned here. We want our fellow Texans to be safe and secure, and you can do more about that yourself than anybody else can. With that, I will, pass it to you, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
Colonel Freeman Martin of the Texas Department of Public Safety.
It's been a tough 3 days for Texans, and I can assure you here at this table today that everything that can be done is being done. Currently, we have operations going on in several different counties. Williamson County had 3 people missing. They recovered 1, 2 are still missing. Ongoing searching. Burnett County is missing, 2 people missing. The fire chief and a 17-year-old female. The Department of Public Safety is offering any and every resource that we have to help with those searches, whether it be boat teams, rescue, divers, helicopters, drone operators, drones. So there's a lot of work being done. The governor's very accurate. The ground is saturated, so now a little bit of rainfall and watershed can cause issues. Williamson County is well aware of that. The ground was saturated. They knew that it had issues, and they evacuated neighborhoods, which saved lives. All that being done, they still have 3 that were washed away. I'll touch on Kerr County. We have about 230 DPS personnel assigned to Kerr County, and everybody thinks about search and rescue and what we're doing. There's a lot of stuff going on. We're filling every gap, and first off, this is nothing negative about Kerr County. They've got a very good sheriff. Their fire chief is exceptional. Their police chief is exceptional. Everybody's working together. The outpouring of support, there's a lot of volunteers. There's a lot of good stuff going on, but there's a lot of, there's just a huge need, and it's a large area. So we're providing 18 tactical marine units with boats. We've got 65 CID personnel assigned, over 230 in total, 11 Texas Rangers, 28 from our Special Operations Group, our SWAT guys. In addition to that, we've got 9 helicopters with tactical flight officers. We're providing cell towers and trying to solve the issues with the radio communications and their cell phone communications. We've provided communications operators to embed with them to handle 911 calls and handle calls with concerned family members. Dealing with the families of these missing individuals, there's no higher priority for us than finding those children. We've assigned commissioned personnel and victim service personnel to the family that are working with, they're with them 24/7, can answer or address any needs that they have and get them any information they have. This is tough work, recovering them. So we have victim service personnel there to work with officers that are conducting the search operations additionally. We have some unidentified individuals at the funeral home, adults and juveniles. The Texas Rangers are collecting DNA from family members and from the deceased victims, and we're flying those to the University of North Texas in Dallas, And we will have answers with rapid DNA in hours, not days, to get some closure and information back to these families. We have, in the last couple of days, an outpouring of support from our federal partners, DEA, HSI, and FBI. We've embedded them with our search and rescue teams. This is tough work. It's hot. They're in the mud. They're removing debris. There's snakes. There's water moccasins. This is God's work that they're doing. So, you know, the top priority is the family and the victims. Pray for them, but throw our first responders in there, because there's a lot of good work going on. We're not taking away from any resources from Kerrville to pre-stage here. We're pulling from South Texas, West Texas, and North Texas into Central Texas to prepare for our emergency response. We're well prepared. The legislature, the governor, in previous years has been overwhelmingly supportive of law enforcement and gave us the resources, so we're prepared to respond to events like this in multiple regions of the state at the same time. So, Governor, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, General Seltzer with the Texas National Guard.
Good afternoon. The Texas Military Department remains decisively engaged across the flood operations area. Our current force composition, we have 230 personnel operating. We're flying 8 helicopters, and we've increased the size of our force of high-profile military vehicles to help evacuate people from high water areas. We've also expanded our operations area to not only include Kerrville, but we now have personnel operating in San Saba and Burnett. The additional resources we've added since our last briefing are a behavioral health officer in Kerrville, a chaplain in Kerrville. We also sent a chaplain to San Saba. We've expanded the state's Air Operations Center, which is a multi-agency air coordination center hosted by TMD, but it includes every agency that operates across the interagency in Texas. So inside that operations center, we can ensure that the right asset is going to the right location to do the right job. Additionally, today we have launched the MQ-9 Reaper remotely piloted aircraft out of Houston. That aircraft departs Houston, goes out over the Gulf of America, and climbs to 18,000 feet, and then along a special FAA corridor, traverses over to the Kerrville area to conduct persistent SAR, persistent incident awareness and assessment operations. It's truly an eye in the sky for our search and rescue people. I'd like to thank the Federal Aviation Administration today. Due to weather at 18,000 feet, we could not transit from the Gulf of America to the Kerrville area. The FAA granted a temporary flight restricted area through a lower altitude, which allowed our aircraft to safely transit across Texas and operate in the Kerr County area. In terms of rescues and evacuations for the Texas Military Department, we have a total of 525 rescues or evacuations. 366 have been by air and 159 by ground. Of those count, 20 ground evacuations occurred in San Saba and 5 air evacuations occurred in Burnett. And that concludes my brief. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Now with the LCRA, there, Phil.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I'm Phil Wilson, General Manager of the Lower Colorado River Authority. I think the most significant message we have in the general area right now is that if and when we get more rain, please stay off the lakes. High the lakes have a lot of debris right now. It's not safe to be boating. It's not safe to be out there. We'll let you know when it is, but critically, stay off the lakes. It's July. People are used to summer, and this is not a good time to be out there. To echo, we're working very closely with law enforcement. We have our rangers deployed to Burnett County right now with our mobile command center trying to support the activities up there. It's a partnership working all together with law enforcement, TDM, and everyone that's showing up to help assist. It's a very critical time for us. Next, what the governor said, we have a lot of saturation. We opened gates up at Wirtz and Starkey the last couple of days. Those are closed right now. We're ready just in case we need to. We've added more than 350,000 acre feet to the Highland Lakes of Buchanan and Lake Travis. We're 67% full. We have a lot of room. and headroom in case more water does come in, to make sure those reservoirs do what they're supposed to do, which is to capture the water for the future and protect against flooding. Thank you, Governor.
Very good. Now, Chief Nemkit.
Thank you, Governor. And I want to remind everyone, life safety is still our #1 priority. And what I mean by that is, and Colonel Martin said it very well, Kerrville and Kerr County have great local emergency managers and responders. They really do. But they're a community of about 55,000 people. And they had a lot of people there that were not from that area visiting, vacationing. And their resources, and this is what state agency, what the state government does when a local community gets overwhelmed, is we send in additional resources. So our hats are still off to all of those local responders that live and work in that community, and that their homes and families were also impacted, and they're still there on the job. We owe them a great amount of gratitude. Second, we continue with our search, not only in Kerr County, but everywhere that we know we have missing people. And I need your help in being very cautious. Let's not get wrapped around the axle on the word recovery. You're going to start hearing the word recovery used in a lot of different contexts. Be very careful how you use that word, because I'm going to be careful how I use that word as well. We are going to begin recovery operations. That is debris cleanup. That is opening roads. That does not mean we are no longer doing search for live victims, because we still are. We are still out there in very much hopes, very much fueled by the compassion that we show for these families, that we're doing everything we can to find their missing loved ones. So please help me in making sure that we're not wasting our time and efforts on debating over the meanings of words. Let's get clarity when we ask those questions. Second, I'm asking, we've driven around Kerr County and the other areas a lot. We have a lot of people that are traveling in because they want to see firsthand the damage. I'm asking you, if you're not from the community and if you're not involved in our response and rescue and recovery efforts, stay out of the area. Stay out of the area because you don't know the area. Another thing I'm getting right this minute during this press conference is reports of an additional wall of water coming down some of the creeks going into the forks. And I want you to think about that for a second. If you're not from that area and you don't know the low water crossings, you could find yourself in a very dangerous situation. The next thing is, we see a lot of information on social media about volunteers and spontaneous volunteers being frustrated because they can't help. We are evacuating parts of the river right now because we're worried about another wall of water coming down in those areas. If you're a volunteer there that you're not checked into our operations, we have no way of accounting for you right now. There is a process that we use to get volunteers into the response, and I'm asking for your help and to get that message out. It's not that we think we don't need any help. It's that we want to make sure everyone helping is doing the job that we need, where we need it, and when we need it, and we have the ability to communicate with them. And then finally, I want to talk a little bit about the word recovery as it relates to the President's disaster declaration. We are very excited to begin those recovery operations with our federal partners who have been here with us in the Emergency Operations Center since last Thursday, since before all of the actual flooding and disaster started. And we're going to work very close with those partners to help our local communities and our families that are impacted by this recover from this disaster as fast as possible. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. We'll take a few questions. Go ahead.
Isabel, I know that you mentioned 10 deaths in Central Texas. Is there any way you could give us a breakdown of the cities?
We sure can. Chief Kidd has it.
So we're showing, reaffirmed 3 in Burnett County, 1 in Tom Green County, 5 in Travis County, and 1 in Williamson County. And again, those numbers are a few hours old. Those numbers could go up, but that's what we had as the time preparing for this briefing.
You said what county?
Tom Green. Tom Green?
Tom Green.
Yes, ma'am. San Angelo area.
You just said something about a wall of water that you're just now getting reports about. Can you talk more about that and what you're seeing there?
Yeah, I'll share some of it. So I apologize for looking at my phone during the press conference, but this is the live updates that we're getting right now from the field. Is there are unconfirmed at this point reports of additional water coming in. And as the governor mentioned, there's rain still falling on the area. It's not going to take the same amount of rain that caused this damage to make the current water levels rise up, right? Because the ground is already saturated. So any rain that falls can be perceived as life-threatening rain. And so if you're in a low-lying area, we need you to move yourself out of that low-lying area. We've got DPS aircraft that are flying up to try to find this wall of water right now, and the people in the reported areas, again unconfirmed, that are on our communication systems, we're asking them to get out of the water and out of the way so that we don't wind up having to do additional rescues.
Governor Abigail Bella, CBS Austin, you have mentioned that there are dozens of Central Texans missing. Local resources can't continue searching in the dark of the night. Does this federal disaster declaration mean that we have federal resources to continue
Sure. Well, first of all, on the federal disaster declaration, it applies right now to Kerr County. Let me go back. Let me see the total, my disaster declaration counties. So let me walk you through this. So I made an original state disaster declaration, and then I amended it to add more counties. Let me first go back over those counties, then I'll explain to you what's going on. Under the state disaster declaration includes the following counties: Bandera, Bexar, Burnett, Caldwell, Koch, Comal, Concho, Gillespie, Guadalupe, Kendall, Kerr, Kimball, Llano, Mason, McCullough, Menard, Reeves, San Saba, Tom Green, Travis, and Williamson. That means, because of that the state is providing additional resources for those counties and state-based assistance. On the federal disaster declaration, for the time being, that includes only Kerr County, and they are waiting to see the magnitude of what happens in other counties before they may potentially expand the federal disaster declaration to include other counties.
So for now, local resources have to stop search and rescue efforts when they fall.
That's not accurate. We have drones and helicopters that have thermal and night vision and FLIR where they can search at night. Our special operations groups have that. And, at the law enforcement level, we don't really wait for a federal declaration. The feds come. They're there, they're helping. They offer assets and resources. This helps with funding and additional resources and bringing in from out of state. But our local federal partners, they're very involved. So we've, of course, we're a lot more productive during the day, but we search at night, and we're seeing some really good results, which is good. But the bad news is you will see the death toll rise today and tomorrow.
One other thing to add to that is the U.S. Coast Guard, part of the federal government, was here working long before the declaration was granted based on our partnership and relationship. So we still have Coast Guard assets here, and they will operate at night as well. Thank you for the question.
Go ahead.
Bayless Wagner, Austin American. Could you talk a little bit more about the warnings that local officials got, the way that the state and the federal government communicated with local officials, and whether you believe that these deaths were preventable?
So there were multiple steps taken by the state that I'll let Chief Kidd talk about, but the state began setting up operations in preparation for what could happen in Kerr County. It happened in the early morning hours of the 4th, which is Friday, and the state had pre-positioned assets and resources in and around that area beginning on Wednesday before the storm on Friday. As we learned more on Thursday, more assets were provided in various regions. We knew, based upon predicted weather, certain regions where the rain may fall. There was an inability to know precisely where that rain was going to fall and how much was going to fall where it did fall. And as far as what the locals may have done, Chief Kidd may know more than I, but I would leave it up to them to let you know.
And listen, thank you for the question. We need to spend a lot of time trying to answer this question because from a technical perspective, there are multiple warning systems that are out there. And all of us can choose to sign up for warning systems in certain areas depending on the local government that we're in and the way that their system works. There's a lot of talk about a program called WIA, the Wireless Emergency Alert, and IPAWS, the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, and how they work or sometimes don't work. And then you have areas where there is no cell phone coverage. And if there's no cell phone coverage, it doesn't matter how many alert systems you sign up for, you're not going to get that. And then there's the NOAA weather radios from the National Weather Service. I'll ask you, how many of you have a NOAA weather radio by your bed at home? And so there can be all kinds of alert systems that are sent, and we know that some were sent, some general messaging was sent early, some urgent warnings were sent at various times, but just sending the message is not the same as receiving the message, having a plan to do something when you receive the message, and then the ability to implement that plan. And so I really would love to have a separate conversation with all of you about how we can continue to get the message to the public about what they need to do when they get a message, what they should do when that message is received, and how they communicate that back to their loved ones and family members.
Let me add this also, and I don't know if you guys saw this, but the city manager for Kerrville explained that on the morning of the 4th, he was out jogging at about 3:30 in the morning, and it just then began to rain a little bit. He got home and saw that it rained a little bit more, and he saw after that the torrent of water that was coming down the river. And the point that he made was that by the moment in time when they knew the magnitude of the water, it's a difficult decision whether or not to begin evacuating people or not, because if you have a warning telling everybody to evacuate, you could actually lead them to their death. We know that some deaths in Kerrville were people who died who got swept away who were trying to evacuate. And so local officials know the best about the terrain, about the danger spots and things like that, about who might be able to evacuate, those that would just be getting into a more dangerous situation.
You talked, in what you just said, kind of about expertise and about just knowing the area, and that extends also to the National Weather Service folks who are in those offices and have years and years of experience. There are currently 6 vacancies in the local, the National Weather Service office that cover Kerr County. What is your perspective on how that could have impacted the warnings that you all were able to get and how accurate the information you all were able to get?
So I know nothing about the staffing. What I do know is what they put out. And it's my understanding that what they put out was kind of the information that the state was operating off of, and that is that there were alerts or warnings about heavy rain, potential for flash flooding in certain areas. A problem with that is that to most people in the area, flash flooding would mean one thing, not what it turned out to be, because they deal with flash floods all the time. Just like I put people on notice in these regions of Texas right now. There's the potential for flash flooding, but there's no expectation of a water wall of almost 30 feet high.
Governor Abbott, on that topic, we know that these alerts can be life-saving at times, and a lot of times these forecasters get their information from the National Weather Service. Are you communicating with your federal partners on how critical funding is for the National Weather Service in order to issue alerts like this in this disaster like this?
It's one of the things that we spoke about when Secretary Noem was in, and this is part of ongoing conversations. And I'll add this. As you all probably know, we have a special session coming up, and the way to respond to like what happened in Kerrville is going to be a topic for the special session to address.
We have time for 2 more questions, folks.
Is part of what you want to address, because there was a bill that was going to create a council to kind of talk about what warning systems, and it was not successful. Is it a concern that there's all these camps on this area? This is an area that deals with flash flooding, but there were no sirens that were in this area. Can you talk about that and why that hasn't been funded to this point?
Well, it's going to be something that will be looked at. As you kind of pointed out, these camps go back almost 100 years, and they are familiar with the water in the area probably better than anybody else. And they have their own ways in which to deal with warnings that would involve children, sometimes as young as 8 or 9 years old. And we need to evaluate what they know, how they respond, what they need. And that's why it's going to be good to have a session with all members working together that will bring different perspectives, because the reality also is this, and that is what's needed in that river basin at that location could be far different than what's needed in some other river basin across the state.
Time for 1 more, folks.
Go ahead.
Dayton, Texas, Virginia. Do you know if anyone tried to get warning to people at the camps outside of the automated disaster system?
I missed the first part of the question.
Did anyone try to get warning to the people at the camps outside of the automated system?
So
I'm not sure that I understand the question. I mean, does somebody go door to door and knock on the doors, or?
Yeah, we're just wondering if there are any official outreach in the area.
You know, we talked to the county emergency manager when we were there the first day, and the county does have a plan for that county and the 18 or so camps that are in that county. Probably be really good to ask them that question and let them give you that answer. It's a good question. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
So, Democratic former Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel calling out his party as he appears to be considering a 2028 presidential run. The Wall Street Journal saying, quote, he calls the party brand toxic and weak and woke. A nod to cultural war issues he thinks Democrats have become too often fixated on that President Trump has successfully used against them. Democratic California Congressman Ro Khanna joins us now. So, Congressman, thanks so much for joining the program. One thing I always appreciate about you is you're willing to talk to the other side. But is Rahm Emanuel right here? Has your party become too woke, too non-masculine, and not talking with people about the things that matter?
No, he's dead wrong. Look, this is the party of FDR. We did originally make in America. We industrialized the entire country. It's the party that has guaranteed Americans Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid. I'm calling for a new economic patriotism so we become a manufacturing superpower, so we have high-paying jobs and build wealth in every community and have a Marshall Plan for America. The history of the Democratic Party, it's a great party.
Yeah, but the problem is, Congressman, before you can get on this, and some voters may like that, but they don't hear any of that because they feel lectured by the party. All these pronouns, no one cares about that.
Well, look, I'm totally opposed to canceling people for saying the wrong word or telling a joke. I've been one of the biggest defenders of free speech. But when you go to places like Lorain, Ohio, or Johnstown, Pennsylvania, what they're talking about is how are we going to get good-paying jobs? How are we going to get a new factory? How are we going to get our kids new economic opportunity? And the Democrats have a plan. What it will take is investment there. What it is going to take is helping finance new factories, buying things from people who make things in America. There's a group in the House, they're called Economic Patriots. It's with Chris Deluzio in Western Pennsylvania. That's what most Democrats are talking about. And I believe that a new economic patriotism can win back people across this country.
Yeah, but Congressman, no one's listening to that. You guys in the Democrat House have the lowest approval rating ever. So I hear these plans and proposals. You guys are always great about that, releasing documents, doing analysis and all that. But no one's listening to you.
Well, look, we may not be making headway in the mainstream beltway, but what I believe is we got to get out into the community. I spend more of my time in places like Johnstown, Milwaukee, places that have been deindustrialized. And here's the reality. Just having blanket tariffs aren't going to bring back the factories. We know what will. We got to make investments there. We've got to invest in the workforce. We've got to create apprenticeships. We've got to help people who don't have a college degree. And we can deliver. We did with the semiconductor industry.
Okay, so one of the ways that you guys also have to move forward is dealing with the past as well. And a lot of people are calling it a cover-up. This is what Jake Tapper had to say about what took place with Joe Biden and the people that knew about it. Let's watch it.
It is an entirely separate scandal. It is a scandal.
Yes.
It is without question, and maybe even worse than Watergate in some ways.
Right.
Because Richard Nixon was in control of his faculties when he wasn't drinking.
So, Congressman, it was cheap fakes. You even said after the Her report on Fox that Joe Biden was completely mentally sharp. Do you have any regrets?
Well, I do have regrets for backing him for a second term. That was a mistake. I've said that the Democrats should own up to that. We should have pushed back against a lot of what we were hearing from the White House. I met him a few times. In those instances, he was fine. But the reality is he shouldn't have run. And I think the Democrats would be better just owning up and saying that was a mistake. The American people are fair, but we do have to take accountability.
Yeah, but Congressman, I think it's more than a mistake. A mistake is when I forget to put my right signal or my left signal on. The book outlines that it was intentional, and as long as he was breathing, that aides and members of Congress, the Democrat establishment just wanted to keep him alive so they could get the agenda. So is this a massive cover-up?
Well, certainly not that I know of. I mean, I met him a few times in the year. He was perfectly fine. But I do think what the mistake was that we should have pushed back more against the old guard and insisted on new voices. And now you're seeing that in the Democratic Party. You're seeing a lot of new voices there. You're seeing a demand for the old guard to step aside. And you're seeing a focus on the economy, of a real vision of how we're going to raise wages, get new jobs. You know, I represent a district of $14 trillion in Silicon Valley. I want to see wealth generation in the modern economy across this country. And that's really the focus, and that's going to be a new generation.
All right, Congressman, we appreciate you coming on this morning.
Thank you.
While AOC and Bernie Sanders have been going around the country with their Fight Oligarchy tour, Democrats are reconsidering their use of left-wing buzzwords and elite-sounding phrases like fight oligarchy. D.W. Origi is the former National Press Secretary for the National Republican Senatorial Committee. Megan Hayes, former Director of Message Planning for the Biden White House. So words are important. No question about it. Here's what the Washington Post said. Democratic troubles revive debate over left-wing buzzwords. From intersectionality to equity, many say jargon is alienating key voters. But progressives say inclusive language is vital. Here's what the Kentucky governor, Democrat Andy Beshear, said about it all. I believe that over time, and probably for well-meaning reasons, Democrats have begun to speak like professors. It makes Democrats or candidates using this speech sound like they're not normal. It sounds simple, but what the Democratic Party needs to do is be normal and sound normal. And I'm hearing Megan saying hallelujah to that. Let's just be normal.
Yes, absolutely. I think that somewhere along the line, we forgot to talk to real people. We wanted to sound smart amongst ourselves, so we started saying big buzzwords, and people were worried about being canceled, so they wanted to be extremely inclusive. But that's not actually working. People don't want to hear it that way. People want you to go talk to them like they're a normal person, because you are a normal person. We're all having the same issues. I worry about how I'm going to pay for my groceries and my gas, just like everybody in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania in the battleground states. So Democrats need to focus on just getting back to normal and start talking to the people that we make policies for and that we are serving, and not talking for the elitists that we are trying to be.
So here's some of the words that the Washington Post points to in terms of words that the Democrats should probably ditch. Oligarchs being one of them, food insecurity another, equity, intersectionality. People say I'm intersectional. I'm not quite sure what that means. Latinx, which even Latinas and Latinos hate, and gender fluid.
Yeah, I'm reminded of that Mean Girls line, stop trying to make fetch happen, stop trying to make that garbage happen. I don't even know what it means. But look, there is a brain rot going on in the Democratic Party, and it was sort of highlighted by that first article that AOC and Bernie think they need to double down on it. And not move away from it. And let's be honest with it. Half of these words were created by predominantly white people at liberal arts universities across the country. They don't speak to the normal people. And that might play well at cocktail parties on Martha's Vineyard. It doesn't play really well in the real world. But it's brought to you by the same intelligentsia that told us that Tim Walz could appeal to men the same way that Donald Trump from Jamaica, Queens could. It doesn't meet reality, and not to channel Rick Pitino, but Barack Obama isn't walking through that door anytime soon. Bill Clinton isn't walking through that door anytime soon. If they are, they're termed out. But they had more latitude to work with politically, and they spoke in a way that real people agreed with.
And people aren't dumb. Voters aren't dumb. They understand that not everyone is at the same, have the same jobs that they have or in the same situation that they have, that politicians are not the same. But they want you to relate to them. They don't need you to be them. They just want you to talk to them like they're normal.
Yeah, I mean, for example, Donald Trump is never going to be a welder, but he knows how to talk to a welder.
Exactly.
Absolutely knows how to do that. Rahm Emanuel had a rather scathing assessment of the Democratic Party. Listen to what he said.
It's toxic. I don't think you have to caveat or put a disclaimer on it. And I think the way I would see it is there's two words that define the Democratic Party for the public: weak and woke.
Megan, would you agree with him?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily going to subscribe that we're weak. I think we're in a rebuilding phase. So I wouldn't say that we're weak. I think I think that we're a little toxic. I think we've lost our way, and I think we need to start being able to communicate to the people who we were making policies for all along, and the moderate people, the working class Democrats. We've lost that. We've lost the ability to do that somewhere along the line. Kind of what you're saying. It's like we want to sound smart for ourselves in our DC bubble, but we forgot that the people who are actually voting for us don't live in our same DC bubble.
So now the Democratic Party is apparently spending $20 million to try to learn how to talk to men that it lost en masse class. Back in November, the New York Times says it's codenamed SAM, with American Men, a strategic plan, and promises investment to, quote, study the syntax, language, and content that gains attention and virality in these spaces. It recommends buying advertisements in video games, among other things. I can save the Democratic Party $20 million. Stop talking down to men. Stop accusing them of toxic masculinity, and stop demeaning them because they don't think exactly the same way that you do.
Reading that makes me want to crawl out of my skin. It's so cringe. And look, I think it's pretty easy to understand that the rise of people like Tim Dillon, who, by the way, is not a traditional conservative. He's a gay man who was a liberal for a long time, or Joe Rogan, who was a liberal before, Barstool Sports, and this demonization of Dave Portnoy and stuff. And it's like, you're missing the point. We've made humor toxic. We've made male humor toxic. And the candidates the Democrats are picking, it's really hard to imagine them going and having normal, fun, off-the-cuff conversations. That's why I give credit to people like Gavin Newsom for going into unfriendly territories, and the other Democratic politicians trying to do that. Republicans have just found out this is our lane, let's step on it, and Trump and Vance did it very well.
And a member of our team, who shall go unnamed, who's an avid gamer, said, really want to tick people off? Game? Put an ad in my video game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks, folks. Great conversation today.
And the former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, joins us now. Thank you so much for being here with us on this Wednesday. Here's a headline from The Hill. No repeat of Biden. A medical panel must oversee president's annual physicals. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think you've got a doctor that lays out the information. And the one thing I see of this President Trump, he's pretty open about his health care. But my concern, especially on that last report, is I would go deeper, because I believe these Democratic leaders knew of this, because I spoke out and I was attacked. They were in the same meetings that I was in, that you watched President Biden not being there. And they not only were silent, they told the public something totally different. And then when you look even further, especially with this new book, like a Joe Scarborough, he openly would attack me and try to disname my ability to say what happened inside these meetings and say, President Biden was stronger and smarter than he's ever been. Was this a work of people together trying to mislead the American public? I think we've got to look much deeper and much further. And then with that information, what do we need to come out with our presidents? I'd like to know what the health is of every president.
Okay, I mean, you've been on the Hill. You know how this works. I wonder what information you get from it in the end. I wonder what it leads to in the end. I'm not quite sure what that answer is, depending on whether or not you get these interviews or whether or not they take a pass. On the flip side, let's talk about today. All right, here we go. Political Playbook saying Trump's media availability since Inauguration Day. This is astounding, okay? I mean, I don't think any president's ever done it this way. 111 out of 138 days gives him an 80% hit rate. That's pretty big accessibility.
I think that's probably the biggest around the world. But it's not just, you're saying out of 111 days out of 138, but there's times of those 111 days that he's open for question for hours and taking whatever anybody asks him. And it'd be earlier in the morning, later in the afternoon, then later in the day. This is probably the most transparent presidency we have ever seen. Plus, it's also he's transforming, but he's letting the American public and the world know at the exact same time.
Here's another thing which I've been wanting to ask you about. So the Democrats are throwing $20 million at an effort to basically reshape their messaging because they want to figure out how to talk to men. And here's a little sampling of Democrats using some left-wing buzzwords.
Power, greed, and corruption is taking over this country like never before. Oligarchy.
Thanks to Donald Trump, we now know what oligarchy is about.
We have a path forward, but we need generational change. Look.
Building coalitions and building community.
Our movement for justice and peace and equity.
And it's not working. Here's from the Washington Post. Democrat troubles revive debate over the buzzwords from intersectionality to equity. Many say jargon is alienating key voters, but progressives say inclusive language is vital. How are they going to work this out?
The way they're going to work this out, and I don't want to give the Democrats, tell them how to solve their problem, but they really need is let new people run. I mean, you're dealing with a Schumer, Hakeem, a Nancy Pelosi. I would grab new people. Don't let Washington pick them. Go out in the community and let those actually run. The one thing the Democratic Party has done as well is they don't allow Democrats to run. They want to pick before they even have a primary. They push people out. Have an open primary, let open ideas happen, and the Democratic Party as a whole will decide. And at the end of the day, it will be a much different candidate. If I was a Democrat candidate running for office, I'd run against Democrats today and against their leadership, and I think you'd be very successful.
All right, we'll see how that goes. Kevin, nice to see you, sir. Back in Washington, D.C. You enjoy that tour there in the nation's capital.
And the rain, it sounded like where Jackie was sitting.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jesse Waters, along with Rosanna Scotto, Jessica Tarlov, Dana Perino, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five. Six months after Kamala got steamrolled and banished to Australia for speaking gigs, the Democratic Party just took another smack from the ugly stick of unpopularity. According to the latest poll, Republicans have a 10-point advantage on net favorability. But have no fear, libs. Mayor Pete thinks ditching the hoity-toity talk will help Democrats win back their spot at the cool kids table.
If I hear one more time, like a well-off liberal doctor or lawyer saying, that quote unquote, these folks are voting against their economic interests, I just wonder whether they ever contemplated the fact that somebody could turn around and say, so are you. There's a condescension that is imputed to Democrats that I think we really need to deal with.
But Little Debbie thinks the voters have got it all wrong about the Democrats.
Democrats are typically tagged as tortoises, slugs, or sloths, slow, plodding, passive. And then a little bit later, there was a respondee who said the Democrats are like a deer in headlights. How is it that you think that the Democratic Party has earned these descriptions?
John, I'm not focused on the animals that some New York Times reporter compares the political parties to. My constituents are human beings. I'm focused on the humans I represent, not, animal comparison.
And now Politico is proposing a bizarre shadow cabinet of Democrats to challenge the Trump administration, featuring such gems as alleged fraudster Tish James as Attorney General, Jon Stewart as VA Secretary, Giselle Fetterman, the wife of Big John, would be DHS Secretary, Bill Nye, the science guy, is EPA head, and comedian Nikki Glaser for the Small Business Administration. This is an interesting idea, a shadow cabinet, Dana.
I think it's ridiculous. I mean, but they are grasping at straws, okay? And they're circling the drain. There's lots of analogies that we could use for this. I joked with Jessica, I haven't seen her in a week, that I leave and then I come back and it's the same topic. And I think, and when Hemmer asked me this morning, how long does this news cycle last? I said, I think it's for a long time. I don't see anything really getting it off of the front page because, one, they're not dealing with it directly, and two, there's just so much more. In fact, Fox News Digital just has a piece up today about a lot of the executive orders and how many of them were signed by AutoPen. And these were huge sweeping deals. And we have, not testimony, but we have on the record comments from Speaker Johnson. Remember when he went and had a meeting with Biden and he says, why did you sign the executive order to ban LNG? And he says, I never did that. It's like, yes, you did. Like, well, it was just a study. Oh, guess what? Well, the study that goes to EPA all gets signed off. And Biden didn't know anything about it, and he wouldn't have done that if he knew. I mean, that, to me, is just the tip of the iceberg. So a lot more to come. And also you have the fact that there's a split in the Democratic Party that's very interesting. You have someone like Rahm Emanuel who's saying we have to go back to the center. That's probably true if they want to win, but that's not where the base is. The base is so much farther to the left. 2 weeks ago, AOC was seen as the person who's the number one choice for Democrats, the most exciting person in the Democratic Party, the one that people are looking to. Last week, she called for ending ICE. Right. The policies that she has are much further to the left than someone like Rahm Emanuel wants to go. So they need like a giant etch and sketch to shake all around to see if they can get rid of the policy positions they've had since 2016, 15, 16, 17. And I just don't see this ending for quite a while.
Jessica, some may say this will go on forever.
Are those people our producers?
That person is me. But when Dana brings up the auto pen, that means it's a legit scandal. It's not a conspiracy theory.
By this table standards, yes, I take Dana the most seriously, for sure. Listen, I feel like we are kind of halfway through the original sin cycle. There are a couple more books to come, and every time that one comes out, it's going to be rough. There are going to be details, there are going to be new names of people who should have said something but didn't say something, and I'll have a bad week, but I'm in it for the long haul, and I'm committed. And I'm also committed to the truth, Jesse. And the truth is that the Democrats are very unpopular, but so is a lot of what Donald Trump is doing. So in polling, Marquette, Fox News, all the goodies, he's down 16 on the economy, down 14 on foreign policy, 26 on handling tariffs, and 32 on cost of living. And this reconciliation bill that they're trying to pass through the Senate right now has opposition from more senators than they can handle. So you've got the Josh Hawleys of the world, who's miraculously concerned about throwing people off Medicaid. Rick Scott and Maria Bartiromo was raking him over the coals this morning about his views. Rand Paul, who has been talking about everything from how unconstitutional it is for Trump to be putting in these tariffs to how we're ballooning the deficit. Ron Johnson, Susan Collins, Jerry Moran. Those are a lot of senators that you've got to get on board. So if this is the big ticket item, right, cuts to the wealthy, and we're going to take away food assistance and Medicaid, so we're hurting the poor to help the rich, that does not bode well for 2026. For the Republicans, or for 2028, when we're going to have a big, beautiful primary, and we will get a great candidate, and everyone will forget about the hoity-toity, and we shall be victorious.
It's funny, Jessica thinks she can sell that agenda, Greg, that Trump's this guy that hates the poor, and he's just out for Wall Street. It's the exact opposite. It's the exact opposite.
No, the funny thing is, the reason why there's so much opposition to the bill is because it didn't go far enough. This is not about spending. I mean, you're saying this bill is awful because they're going to be cutting. We have to cut. We are heading toward a doom. We're in a doom spiral.
But it balloons the deficit.
I'm saying that, but that's not why you're mad about it. You're mad that they might cut something, or they might cut taxes, and they might cut Medicaid. I'm saying is you should be mad that they're not cutting more. In terms of cutting Medicaid, let's be honest about the Medicaid stuff. This is about able-bodied young men and illegal immigrants. So push that aside and talk about the fact that you and I don't like the bill, but I don't like the bill because it's not going to stop the apocalypse. You don't like the bill because you want to press on the gas and go right off the cliff. Those are two different attitudes. We need to cut the deficit, not raise it. Can I talk about the shadow cabinet?
Please.
Okay. What is this story called? I know it's not summer. It's a
clickbait story.
It's a summer clickbait story. Yeah. No research, no reporting at all. As for a shadow cabinet, we already had one.
Yep.
It was 4 years under Biden. It was a cabal. It was responsible for the auto pens and the EOs. They had a shadow cabinet and kept Joe in a real cabinet while Kamala was at the liquor cabinet. Meanwhile, raises the question, who signed the pardons?
Yep.
Did Hunter Biden create and sign his own pardon? Because that is balls, but it's also illegal and it has to be stopped. If you look at this celebrity-filled cabinet, though, it basically is like a covers band of Trump. It's like, hey, he's on TV, he's famous, he's got a name, let's do what he does. But it's like trying to create a human by pasting together body parts. It doesn't make it alive. It's still dead, and you're still not doing the hard work, which is you have to change. You have Pete Buttigieg talking about the language, but the Dems are focused on the language because they realize the substance underneath it is what people hate. He talks about condescension. Okay, is there a condescending way, a non-condescending way to deny a border, to deny biology, to deny government corruption, crime, vagrancy, or spending into oblivion? Is there a humble conversational way that you can attract men when you're talking about women with penises, or men wanting to play women's sports, or cutting up your kids in gender experiments? Is there some kind of non-confrontational way that you can do that? Because I'm all ears. My point being is, it doesn't matter what language you use. It's the ideas underneath it. The Dems obsess over language because the ideas are so putrid. A great idea requires 5th grade vocabulary. No, a bad idea requires a teacher's lounge vocabulary. A great idea could be monosyllabic, much like something that Jesse would understand.
Like build the wall.
Build the wall. Exactly. But if you're going to talk about boys playing and girls sports, man, you got to call that teacher's lounge right up and get the right words. The Dems are facing a huge cliff.
Yep.
It's like when you quit drugs or quit drinking. What is my life going to be like without identity politics, without the oppression filter? How do I look at issues when that thing isn't there? How do I wake up in the morning and not look through this prism? You got to do it.
I do.
I know.
All right, we'll just do it a little bit more, Jessica.
You just have vodka with breakfast.
Don't tell everyone about my regimen.
What is in here anyway? Everyone's been asking. I guess it's water. How's Pete's beard doing?
I think, Pete, we finally agree on the same things. There's 3 things that he said, really, we lost the trust of America right away as soon as the Biden administration took office. Closing down schools, he said, was a big problem. And then he also said that you have to, what did he say? Hold on, I got so lost up in the border. The border. Everybody knew what was going on in their neighborhood. They saw changes that they couldn't deal with. And then also, when they went to the grocery market and they saw that the eggs were too expensive, or they went to fill up the gas in their car, it was too expensive. The Democrats lost the country in those 3 issues right at the very beginning.
So again, another Democrat says we were right. Okay.
Remember when the chief of staff said that inflation was a high-class problem? I mean, you don't get much more condescending than that.
Condescension.
I hate that word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost as bad as tariff, right?
Yes, or Pinot Noir.
Or memoir.
Well, Democrat fury over this report that was based on a gathering of ideas from focus groups for what people think about the 2 parties. A New York Times piece titled 6 months later, Democrats are still searching for the path forward. And part of that article says this, quote, Republicans are seen as apex predators like lions, tigers, and sharks, beasts that take what they want when they want it. And Democrats are typically tagged as tortoises, slugs, or sloths, slow, plodding, passive, end of quote. Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz did not like that comparison.
I'm not focused on the animals that some New York Times reporter compares the political parties to. My constituents are human beings.
I will tell you, it was the voters who were making the comparison with animals, and this was a focus group. It wasn't the New York Times reporter coming up with these labels. This was a Democratic-led focus group to try to figure out perceptions of the parties.
Don, you said they were asked to compare the parties, so they were prompted to compare the parties to animals. That is ridiculous.
Views of their party. Others have pointed to some problems.
The way that you start to reach groups that you have lost favor with or that used to support the party but now don't, and you're losing traction with them, is partly a language thing, but really it's more of a substance thing.
Democrats do themselves a disservice by not engaging in some introspection here and some reflection on how it is that the party that sees itself as the party of working people came to be seen by so many working people as a party of elites.
Power panel now, Jeremy Hunt, former Army intel officer and chairman of Veterans on Duty, and Fred Hicks, Democratic strategist. Jeremy, I'm going to start with you. It's interesting. Look, I know these Democrats, former strategists, whomever, are being asked questions about this, but they have no loss for words talking about each other, themselves, all the things. I don't hear about the voters and what they learned from November 5th.
That's exactly right, Harris. I mean, the Democrats have become a party of the elite, as many of us know. A lot of the working class voters have flocked to the Republican Party, and a lot of the high net worth and college educated voters are flocking over to the Democrat Party. And the thing about elites is that elites tend to think that all of their ideas are always better than other people's. They tend to think that if they could just be in charge and tell Americans what to do, that everything would work out fine. But the problem is that Americans obviously do not respond positively to that. And in the the issue is that the Democrats, if you listen to what they're saying, they think their issue is messaging, that we need to do better messaging. That is fake humility. It's not actually, they aren't willing to say that maybe it's our ideas, maybe it's the stances that we've taken. And what they want to say is that if we can just, educate these, these dumb working class people to our ideas and tell them why we know what we're talking about, then they'll vote for us. Like it's not going to work. And they actually, if they really wanted to get to the root of their problem, they'd actually do some real authentic introspection, not this fake humility about messaging.
Wow, the debate is on now, Fred. Fake humility. I mean, that's a phrase, and it captures a lot of what it seems like is going on your side of the aisle.
Well, I think it captures one person's perspective. And let me just say this before we really get into
well,
this.
And some of the people in that report who called you, what they call you, slow, plodding, and passive. I mean, does that describe you as a Democrat?
Well, so Harris and Jeremy, I think what we're losing sight of right now is why we're even having this discussion. And the reason why we're having this discussion is that Donald Trump just pushed the Congress to pass a bill that's going to add over $3 trillion in debt to the U.S. government. He is violating due process. He has been challenged in the courts, and the courts ruling against him left and right, including when he's trying to tell institutions of higher education how to manage their business. And so the whole reason why we're here is because Donald Trump is leaving what I've said before is a cavernous opening for Democrats and for Americans really to step forward. And here's the other thing. If this was a Democrat doing the things that Donald Trump are doing, then Republicans would be up in arms. And my philosophy is that
hold
if it's
on a
right when a
second.
Democrat
You
does
have
it, it's
plenty
right
of
when a
time
Republican
to
does
be
it.
up in arms, but you're all focusing on, you're navel gazing. You're focusing on yourselves. You're trying to fix it. The fake humility. Look, that's a catchphrase now that Jeremy has come up with, but you got to call it for what it is. And
it is a huge
what
opening
it
for
is you have a lot of complaints about Donald Trump, but you're not doing anything to go forward other than lawfare.
Lawfare. So what we're doing is we're looking at how to take advantage of this opening, and so we can fight for Americans. Again, unfortunately, with this big, beautiful
Which
bill
Americans?
that they
The
passed
rich
last
Americans? God love us
no,
all,
the average,
you ignore the average people, income
the
people.
Americans who are relying upon Medicare, Medicaid, and basic services that are being cut in favor of the rich and the famous. That's who we're fighting for.
Jeremy, pick up, and then we'll move forward.
Yeah, look, I mean, the whole issue there is that there's a total reluctance to actually look and say, what are the substantive policy positions that we've taken and why aren't they working? The problem with Democrats is that they don't believe that Americans, I don't know if they don't think Americans are smart enough to actually care about the issues, but a lot of Americans do. And now with social media and the availability of information, we actually can get the facts and get an understanding of what's really going on. We don't have to go through legacy media anymore. We don't have to rely on the Democrat Party talking points. And once that whole veneer has started to fall, now Democrats are being exposed for what they are, and that's a party of out-of-touch elites.
All right, let's get to this way. Republicans are mocking Democrats now over a proposed plan to better communicate with male voters, and it could cost $20 million at least. According to a New York Times report, quote, the Speaking with American Men plan promises to invest in syntax and language to connect with men. It also recommends advertising in video games and avoiding a moralizing tone. Congresswoman Lisa McClain, chairwoman of the conference committee, says this about that. The Democrats are getting ready to light $20 million on fire to study their unpopularity, exclamation point. Another Republican says the Democrats declared war on masculinity and a lost generation of young men instead of doing an introspection as to what they did wrong. They're going to invest $20 million studying male syntax to try to better communicate their radical message, end quote. And here's conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
If they think that's what it's actually going to take to win back young men, maybe you need a message and a messenger that they can relate to. The Democrats have had a moralizing, almost scolding tone to them that if you do not adhere to our orthodoxy, you are a non-believer and you are not allowed in our ranks. And because of that, men of America have been sick and tired of being told what to do from a political party that hates them.
Fred.
So I appreciate the fact that the Democratic Party understands that it has a problem based on the poll results and the election results from last year. The reality is that Democrats did lose a large portion of vote share, really across many segments, including with men. And so this is something that needs to be addressed. And I think that's a really good thing to acknowledge that there's an issue there and that we need to work on that. That being said, again, as I just mentioned, I think there are a number of areas where we talk about the message or the substantive parts of policy, that there's something there. As a man, I don't want to leave my kids or my grandkids grandkids or my nieces and nephews when I have them and all of that with a $3 trillion increase in the deficit. That's not what we voted for. The hypocrisy of this version of the Republican Party versus what they ran on in 2024 versus what they're doing in 2025 is galling. And as men, we're going to be left holding the bag with that.
Wow.
And I think Democrats are wise to look at how to handle that.
Now, I don't think you're paying attention to what the economy is actually. You do know inflation's been going down. I mean, I don't know how much attention you're. It was at 9%.
It was feeling down.
It couldn't go any higher without people ending up in the streets. I mean, come on. We can't argue about the Biden-era inflation without taking a look at just how historic it really was. Jeremy, last word.
The $3 trillion.
Yeah, look, if Democrats really wanted to make a difference and make a change, they wouldn't spend $20 million on studies or more polling. It's all about just listening to people. Just listen to Americans. Invest in flight tickets. It's in all these Democrat staffers and media personalities on the left and all these people who are, have influence on the left. Fly out to real America, get outside the D.C. Beltway and actually listen to people. Not for a photo op, not for a press conference or a press release. Just listen to Americans, listen to men, see what are the issues that we actually care about, and then maybe they'll see some results. But I don't know if that's what they're going to do. Based off of Fred's talking points, I don't know if they're in the right position to even think that way.
Well, look, listen to people and then devise really good policy. I mean, Fred's got it. It's just not happening at all. All right, gentlemen, thank you.
Politico writer rolling out his own Democrat shadow cabinet to respond to the Trump administration and fix the party's problem, to speak plainly to Americans. So who's included? They're on your screen right now. Names like entrepreneur Mark Cuban, TV host Bill Nye, and comedians Jon Stewart and Nikki Glaser. Fox News contributor and senior writer for the Washington Examiner, Joe Concha, not on that list, but he does join me now. Joe, what the heck's the point of this fever dream?
Oh, Todd, I know it's only May, but this is by far the dumbest piece you will read all year. I mean, for starters, we already had a shadow cabinet running this country. That was called the Biden administration when we had a president whose brain turned applesauce, and apparently all these other people were running the auto pen. And that was just so inept, but perhaps Bill Nye, the science guy, Nikki Glaser, Letitia James, who may be going to jail, those could be considered possible upgrades compared to what we just saw. But this is all media outlets like Politico have at this point, because Donald Trump right now is soaring in the polls. Rasmussen, Todd, even shows that more people believe that the country is on the right track than the wrong track. That has never happened in the history of Rasmussen polling. More and more polls show Trump exceeding 50% approval. So, when you look at Biden's shadow government or this proposed shadow government, I don't understand the point, because the current government right now, according to the people, is doing quite well on the economy, on the border, and all the issues that people care about most.
But, Joe, I think you actually hit on something really interesting. And it's this notion that actually came out in the original Sin book that we've been covering over the course of the last 3 weeks. There is a significant segment in the Democrat Party that said it's okay that Joe Biden was not in control, because as long as there was a cabinet there keeping Trump out and going to do the opposite of whatever Trump would do, that's okay. Democracy be damned. And so I think that ultimately, at the end of the day, is the point of this article. They don't care necessarily about democracy. All they care about is making sure that Trump's policies and Trump himself cannot get a foothold. Your thoughts?
Oh, no, you're right about that, Todd, because, again, cabinet members are not elected by the people, right? These are people that are installed, just like Kamala Harris. They tried to install her. Hillary Clinton, in essence, was installed over Bernie Sanders by the DNC when they obviously backed Clinton. So, yeah, if the people aren't voting for those in power, that's not democracy. That's the Politburo, and we don't want the Soviet Union here in the United States. That I do know.
Meantime, comedian Bill Maher calling out the left for supporting Hamas. Listen to this.
That's what's so ironic about liberals being so supportive of Hamas, is because you're liberals. All the protesters who are protesting in Gaza against Hamas, they've all been killed. I mean, do I have to say anything more than just if it was just that issue, how women are treated? Are you kidding me?
I mean, he's got a point, Joe.
He has a lot of good points lately, I think. It's a reminder once again, Todd, that Bill Maher is increasingly the voice of reason for those on the left. And supporting Hamas, that's like supporting al-Qaeda. That's like supporting cancer. I mean, this anti-Israel, anti-Semitic sentiment truly is a cancer within the Democratic Party, and it doesn't seem like it's going away anytime soon. And this is going to hurt the Democratic Party like it did on November 5th, 2024. It will again in 2026 during the midterms and during the 2028 election when we continue to see images like this, Hamas flags, the killing of that poor couple down in Washington, D.C. last week at the Israeli embassy, and then Representative Ilhan Omar doesn't even condemn it for a very long time. I'm sorry. This is something that's a real problem, and I don't understand where it comes from because there's no logic in it, but here we are.
If there are some, though, Joe, in the Democratic Party who want to go back to the old ways, where you didn't support a terror organization. One of them, former Chicago mayor and Democrat operative Rahm Emanuel. He's considering a run for president in 2028. Boy, it really does seem like he's going to throw his hat in the ring. And he called out his own party during a Wall Street Journal interview. He said, is trying to accomplish something that seems pretty far-fetched, even for him. Push his Democrat Party, rooted in the identity politics of the left, to the center. He calls the party's brand toxic and weak and woke, a nod to culture war issues he thinks Democrats have become too often fixated on that President Trump has successfully used against them. Rahm Emanuel once said, quote, never let a crisis go to waste. Is this his moment to take advantage of this abject crisis in his own party?
No, I don't think it is, Todd, because I remember another mayor of New York City ran for the Democratic nomination in 2020, and that was Michael Bloomberg. And Bloomberg was an excellent mayor of New York. He continued Rudy Giuliani's crime initiatives. The city was clean, it was safe, it was run like a business, and he had 3 terms as mayor here. Then he runs for president in 2020, Bloomberg does, and was eviscerated by the left and was out quite quickly despite spending a lot of money. And by the way, Rahm Emanuel, he left as mayor of Chicago with an approval rating of 18%. His record in Chicago is what it is. And if he's the answer, then this party is in serious trouble from a leadership perspective, because when you're polling at 18% in a blue city like Chicago, that record's going to be thrown back in your face in a hurry by those in the center, and those on the left are not going to embrace a Rahm Emanuel, who will be seen as too moderate and too sane for the AOCs of the world, who probably also will be seeking the Democratic nomination, Todd.
I think you nailed the point about his time as mayor. It did not go as well as Michael Bloomberg or as well as basically almost any other mayor in America. He also nailed another point. During a primary, you have a tendency to go to the extremes in order to win the nomination. If he's saying he's going to want to go to center, you raise a great point. It could be AOC that takes the mantle because the Democrat Party that's voting in a primary wants the left. They want the left. They don't want the center. Rahm Emanuel pushing to the center. Joe Concha pushing the conversation forward. We appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Todd, good to see you at the Jersey Shore this weekend. That was fun.
Concha and I were hanging. Love it, brother.
Yes. Joining me now is former federal prosecutor Brett Tolman. Brett, thanks for being with us here today. When it comes to the media, the accountability that is required is simply public awareness so that we can continue to tune out those who lie, that they have burned their own reputations at the stake of perhaps this anti-Trump bias, and their ratings have in turn suffered. But what about those, Brett, around Joe Biden that perpetuated this deception? Is there any potential real accountability?
Well, Will, there is accountability ahead for them. It is no coincidence that you are starting to hear stories and small leaks of people and individuals that may have been involved, utilization of the auto pin that may have been inappropriate. And keep in mind, if an individual, for example, that works in a small government office were to embezzle funds or were to manipulate or develop some scheme to, get a benefit that they weren't entitled to, we'd have no problem investigating that and then bringing them to justice. Here, the most powerful office in our country may have been manipulated by individuals that were seeking to benefit themselves or others. It absolutely should be investigated rigorously, and accountability should be the only inevitable conclusion to that investigation.
You bring up embezzlement. So if there is accountability in this situation, Brett, what charges? What could be brought?
Well, you know, there are probably a dozen different statutes that are aimed specifically at individuals who are willing to abuse their power in government, who are willing to do things that are unethical and illegal in order to gain a personal benefit or a benefit for someone else. Not to mention that if fraud is occurring, where you're actually using the power that you don't have through some scheme to enable a benefit for yourself or others, then you have fraud statutes that may come into play. We need to know who was doing what level of manipulation, how they used the authority of President Biden while he was incapacitated, and then did it inure to the benefit of those individuals or individuals that surround them.
Okay, tell me more about that. You brought up fraud, and you said there's a dozen other charges, but you consistently said that inured a benefit to those individuals that would be subjected to charges. So in embezzlement, that's clear. It's a financial benefit to those. In this situation, fraud, what would you have to show would be a requisite benefit for, say, a chief of staff or maybe even a spouse or whoever it may be? What kind of benefit?
Well, there are many benefits that are not necessarily just financial. We do know, though, financial benefits may have been extended. Money may have been authorized to be spent that wouldn't have otherwise without the ability to use the auto pen and manipulate the president. But there are many other benefits. You and I both saw and watched in dismay as individuals received pardons, preemptive pardons that many argue are unconstitutional. So there are benefits that may have been given and extended through the power of the president.
Do the pardons threaten to cut the conversation you and I are having off at the beginning? Like there's nowhere else to go. It's a stillbirth when it comes to potential accountability?
Yeah, it may with some. Those that may have received the preemptive pardons, what is the scope of the pardon and is it valid? The Supreme Court may ultimately be deciding whether or not a president can extend his clemency power when there hasn't been charges brought. And that's a question that many argue and disagree with. So, Will, your point's a very good one. We may see individuals that avoid accountability if they were involved in that manipulation based on those preemptive pardons.
Okay, so let me just say, as we wind this up, see if I fully understand. So first you figure out who is responsible for the deception, for maintaining this fraud on the American public. Then you bring charges, whether or not they may be fraud, a bunch of different potential charges. You said a dozen where they experienced benefits to themselves by deceiving the American people. Third, you bring those charges, you get a conviction, but then you have to deal with the pardon, which makes its way up to the Supreme Court to see if that has been already wiped away. Slate wiped clean, they get away with it, no accountability. Is that a flow chart?
I think it is a flow chart. The one caveat being the Supreme Court may very well rule that the president doesn't have the power to extend a pardon where no crime has been alleged.
All right. Fascinating conversation with real substance to it. Brett Tolman, thanks so much for bringing that to us today.
Thanks, Will.
A lot of these Democrats seem to think that Trump's style is going to sink him. Where have they been?
The Dems and the media spent his first term with their hair on fire over his tweets. 4 years later, their solution is they let their hair grow out again and set it on fire again. And it's not working. Trump gives them so much, and all they do is cry. No, 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 make it stop. Make the mean man stop. Look, you had 4 years of hibernation. You didn't have to do squat. You get nothing from us. It's funny now you have to do your job and nobody cares. It's like there's nothing the media can do. Nobody trusts you. You're like the sound of an air conditioner in a room. We just got used to the hum. We don't even know you're there. You know what the funny thing is? The Dems don't understand Trumpers. That Trumpers understand that Trump is a package deal. Mm-hmm. We know what we're getting with Trump, and it's an all-inclusive package. And maybe there's some things you could do without it, but you can't do Trump a la carte. There's just no way to do it. I used to think that he won in spite of Trump's tweets. I think now he won because of it, because the outbursts and his kind of tone and attitude tells you everything's in working order. It's like, when you have a Shelby Mustang in the driveway, you hear the engine, it's loud, it's scary, but it's working. Meanwhile, the Democrats' car is in the garage, it's up on blocks, and it's sputtering every time you turn the key.
Well, and after Biden, radical transparency, Jesse, might be exactly what the doctor ordered for the country. And maybe for the Democrats.
Well, first of all, Greg just called Jessica an air conditioner. And it was probably the nicest thing he ever said about her.
A white noise machine.
Hey, if you don't have air conditioning, though, you would be upset.
Yeah, but you know who wanted to ban it? Democrats.
That's not true.
And
have your
gas,
dishwasher, have
grills,
your air conditioner.
Jessica. And that's why my hair looks flat today, because it's a slow flow shower. Not anymore. So Trump was like a presidential shock jock. And for 10 years, they're still shocked. They're not shocked anymore. Everyone got over it right away. It was only shocking because he was saying things that no other politician had ever said. Everybody in their private lives said the same things and thought the same things. And that's why he loved them, because he said the same things we all felt in our heart. Now, if you're pretending to still be shocked now, while at the same time trying to act like him, trying to say, we need our own Trump, and Adam Schiff sounds like this Democrat Dirty Harry, over my dead body, get the F out of here, and how do we talk like men? And then every time a real man talks, they're like, oh my God, I can't hear this. You guys got to pick a lane and figure it out. Now, the Joe Biden stuff. I'm just remembering these conversations I had with the air conditioner. And we would say stuff like, where's he been for 6 days? And you'd be like, well, he just had a cabinet meeting. We'd be like, but it was staged, Jessica. Oh, well, he just did a sit-down interview. Yeah, it was with Dylan. These are the kind of things we were going through. And Tapper saw it. Tapper saw him almost fall asleep with Al Roker. He almost, what was that? An interview that he skipped for the Super Bowl, which is a layup. So now they're acting like, oh, we didn't see anything. He skipped the Super Bowl interview. That's when you knew. That's when you knew it was all over. They were in on Hayden Biden.
And he slept with Al Roker?
He slept with Al Roker.
My goodness.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Wow. It's intense. Rosanna, you know this. You work in media. We live in a content world. And you can make content. You can react to content. But you can't stand still. But the Democrats have been standing still and just hoping that Trump falls. They hoped that he was going to go to jail. They hoped that he was going to lose the election. They just hope that he will go away. And that now they're hoping that people will just get tired of him because of his style. And meanwhile, the Democrats' popularity continues to go down while Trump's is, it's down relative to where it was, Jessica, I agree. But it's still better than where they are.
Well, the Democrats used to have their finger on the pulse. But let's face it, 6 months later after the election, and they're still trying to figure out what went wrong. So they go to this highfalutin hotel. And they sit down and they try to figure out what they did wrong, what their new message is. And then everybody finds out they went to, a very expensive hotel. And are they tone deaf? Are they not listening to the American people? The Democrats were a party of lunch pail voters, labor unions. They had their finger on the pulse, championing labor, fair wages, social issues. They've gone so far from their original cause. I think that they're looking to find a messenger. And right now, I don't think they have one in mind. It seems every few weeks
let me just open it
they have somebody new.
Let me open up to Jessica then. Do you think they have a messenger now that is effective?
Yeah, I do. Who? I think Bernie Sanders and AOC are very effective messengers.
Really? So do we.
But they're but
that's not about who's going to lead the ticket.
With what a Rahm Emanuel is saying that
totally.
the party
And
needs.
I enjoy listening to Rahm Emanuel and hearing from him, and I'm glad that he's all over the media circuit as well. But there is something compelling in the energy that AOC and Bernie are bringing. And you see that in the reaction of people going to these rallies who say, this isn't even my politics. You think that Iowa is full of, Idaho is full of people. So
they like the energy, but the policies are terrible?
It's not about policy right now. The election is 18 months away for the midterms even, not even the presidency. People are desperate to see the Democrats have a pulse. They like Chris Murphy right now, who has a completely moderate set of policies. If you watch him, he's creating content constantly. He's right now walking across the state of Connecticut, talking to voters.
He has a moderate.
Who's Chris Murphy?
Chris Murphy, the
He's terrible.
senator
Is that
from
a joke?
Connecticut.
I mean, I know, but I mean, seriously.
The one who said that he didn't have daughters, so he couldn't talk about transgender
Yeah, he's a coward.
sports.
He grew a beard, too.
Yep. What's
He's not a man. He's not a
can I
man.
say-
He's not a man.
I think that's biologically incorrect.
No. I think
okay.
he's trans.
Stop it.
I don't know. Trans men are men or trans men
We're
women.
not
Sure.
Well, we'll figure it out in the C block, which is about trans women.
What does C stand for?
What?
It
There
stands
is-
for up next.
No. There is an important distinction to be drawn between being accessible and being good, or delivering truth, or actually saying what's going on in the world. And now I'm all fuddled up in my head. But
he told Bibi Netanyahu to cut it out.
We don't call him Bibi.
I always get that name wrong.
Well, don't. He's important. Donald Trump does this thing. Not only, like today, he says, we got 5.1 trillion in the Middle East. It was 1.5 trillion like a week ago. But most importantly, he sits down for these interviews, and I think Biden should have been more accessible. Maybe we would have had a competitive primary if he had been more accessible. But he does these interviews, and then he says, I don't know, or I'm not sure. Like, Kristen Welker asked him, do you need to uphold the Constitution? I don't know. Ask a lawyer. Are you sending migrants to Libya? I don't know. Ask Homeland Security. You just announced a new nominee for Surgeon General who didn't graduate from med school. Why? Bobby likes her. I don't know her. You have the power to bring back Abrego Garcia. I don't make that decision. Lawyers do.
You were arguing on behalf of him right now.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that is what the criticism is of him. He may be in front of you, but that doesn't mean that he's not spewing utter BS.
But you know what? I got to say.
What do you have to say?
I have to say that the hardest thing that you're dealing with, and I think a lot, is that nobody respects the media enough to give them an answer after what they did to the American people for 4+ years. They covered up. So it's like, I've never stopped talking. How dare you?
Give me a break.
All right. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
President Trump warning the socialist running for New York City mayor to get in line as his radical agenda sparks concern on both sides of the aisle.
Whoever's mayor of New York is going to have to behave themselves, or the federal government is coming down very tough on them financially.
Are you committed to keeping New York as a sanctuary city?
Absolutely, because ultimately we've seen that this is a policy that has kept New Yorkers safe for decades. And it's a policy that we've seen ensures that New Yorkers can get out of the shadows and into the full life of the city that they belong to. And it's one that I will be proud to stand up for.
Host of the Janelle King Show, political analyst and former deputy state director of the Georgia GOP, Janelle King joins me now to discuss. Janelle, let's start there on the sanctuary policies have made New York City safe for decades. I guess Mamdani has never taken the subway if he thinks that, Janelle.
Yeah, you know what? What I continue to hear is the issue that we should all have with compassionate politics. And it's also something that is a running narrative that's coming out of the millennial camp. As a millennial myself, I see this from a very unique perspective. What's happening is you see young people who have lived a pretty cushioned life, a life that is pretty taken care of. They haven't experienced a lot of hardship. There may have been challenges. You may have seen that there is differences. There are people who seem to be doing better than others. There are people that seem to be doing worse than others. And now you're standing in this middle and you feel this compassion, but at the same time, you don't understand how we got here. This is the problem that we're facing. We have a group of young people that feel as though they can change the world for the better, make things good for everybody, but they don't understand how we got here. Pushing these type of policies, pushing this type of rhetoric ignores what's happening in reality. The fact of the matter is crime in New York is at an all-time high. This is not the time to talk about doing anything that's going to further increase those numbers.
Janelle, does Mamdani gaining a national spotlight actually help Trump sell his policies? Basically saying, hey, America, take a look at New York. That guy is where the Democrat Party is headed, and you don't want to be a part of that. Does that actually help Trump?
I do think that it does help Trump. I do. I think it helps the administration as a whole. I think it helps the party as a whole. However, what do we do with this opportunity? What do we do with this platform? We have to remember that the American people are now at a place where we've kind of been lured to sleep. We're off our duty. We're not looking at the details of these policies. We're not asking the tough questions like why and how. We're not driving people in that direction. Instead, we're trying to placate. We're playing these games. And I think that as a Republican Party, this is the time where we have to be the adult in the room. We have to be willing to hurt feelings because it's the right thing to do. And down the line, it would be better for all of us.
Mamdani doubling down on his push to change New York City's landscape, starting with plans to target the city's wealthy. Listen.
That is just a description of what we see right now. It's not driven by race. It's more of an assessment of what neighborhoods are being undertaxed versus overtaxed. I think I'm just naming things as they are. I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country.
Putting aside for the moment the absolute illegality of targeting white neighborhoods by name, I'm going after the white neighborhoods, which is literally what it says on his website. As you well know, the first thing that you learn in constitutional law is that anything discriminatory on its face is automatically illegal. Putting that aside for a moment, what do you make of his comment about billionaires in a capitalist country, a guy who said, I don't like capitalism?
You know what? It makes sense when you're talking about individuals who have been socialized in the socialist agenda from university, from the middle school education, from grade school and high school, where we've been pushing race, we've been pushing the differences. We're not highlighting the fact that there are a number of people who live in those communities. We're not highlighting the fact that communities that you refer to as white neighborhoods can be that simply because of the fact that there are more white people in America. However, when you break down the economics of that neighborhood, you may find that individuals who are of the Indian community, the Asian communities, are those who may be driving the economics, driving the revenue. So it's very ill-informed, but at the same time, to be able to have a conversation that is focused on race, to put on your platform that you are targeting communities based on race, and then try to tell us that it has nothing to do with race, shows us where we are. It shows us what happened in our education, but why our young people don't understand civics. And so I absolutely believe that this is going to fail. But I also, there's a part of me who feels like maybe it should see what happens when you allow this into the country on a very small scale, because God forbid it far extends past that this small city.
Janelle, I'm going to push back there. We really cannot have this in New York City. Please. I know you say it will be an interesting experiment. I'm going to push back and say, no, I don't want to do it. Janelle King, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, Todd. Thank you for having me.
Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the Intifada?
That's not language that I use. The language that I use and the language that I will continue to use to lead this city is that which speaks clearly to my intent, which is an intent grounded in a belief in universal human rights.
Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the Intifada, which a lot of people hear as a call to violence against Jews?
I don't believe that the role of the mayor is to police speech in the manner.
Quickly, for the people who care about the language and who feel really concerned by that phrase, why not just condemn it?
Ultimately, it's not language that I use. It's language I understand there are concerns about.
Democrat Socialist and New York City mayor candidate Zohran Mamdani, he was refusing to condemn that anti-Israel phrase despite being asked about it 3 times. The slogan is widely seen as a call for violence against Jewish people and has become a rallying cry at pro-Palestinian protests across the United States. Brian Yanis is live from New York City Hall as this race is underway. Hi, Brian.
Dana, good morning. Well, New York City has the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, which makes these accusations of anti-Semitism against Zohran Mamdani and his response to those accusations particularly glaring. And it also appears to be giving pause to the Democratic Party's leadership, like House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, a New Yorker who is still not endorsing Mamdani.
We don't really know each other well. Our districts don't overlap. I have never had a substantive conversation with him. Globalizing the Intifada, by way of example, is not an acceptable phrase, and he's going to have to clarify his position on that as he moves forward.
Mamdani's immigration policy is also raising eyebrows. He wants to strengthen New York City's sanctuary city law by not allowing any ICE cooperation in the city's jail, and he wants to spend $165 million tax dollars on providing illegal immigrants legal defense.
We have to stand up and fight back, and we haven't seen that from our current mayor. The NYPD's job is to create public safety in the city, not to assist ICE agents in their mission to attack the very fabric of this city.
So now President Trump is threatening to strip New York City of federal money if Mamdani wins. In 2025, over $9 billion of the city's budget came from the federal government.
He's a communist, and he's a pure communist. I think he admits it. But I can't imagine it. But let's say this. If he does get in, I'm going to be president, and he's going to have to do the right thing, or they're not getting any money. He's got to do the right thing.
Mamdani doubled down yesterday that he is not a communist, but Republicans point out, Dana, that having government-run grocery stores is straight out of the communist playbook. Dana?
All right. Brian, thank you.
So I want to bring in Lizzie Zavetsky, friend of the program, pro-Israeli activist. And Lizzie, welcome back here. I guess when you have to deny the fact that you're not a communist, I mean, it's a very interesting campaign to start with. The New York Times had this piece this morning. It's an op-ed by Michelle Goldberg. She says plenty of Jews love Zohran Mamdani. The attacks on Mamdani during the primary were brutal, but now that he's a national figure, those coming his way will be worse. His foes will try to leverage Jewish anxieties to smash the Democratic coalition, end quote. Is that the way it's going to go?
Well, first of all, there have been Jews since biblical times who have put their progressive values over our own community's safety. I call it suicidal empathy, and it is a problem, but I don't think it's enough of a percentage to really make an impact. You know, there are 960,000 Jews in New York City. I believe that we can turn out the numbers to help us save our city from Zohran Mamdani. But I'm so sick and tired of non-Jews telling Jews what is and isn't hate speech, what should and shouldn't make us feel safe. What Zohran Mamdani has done, what we just saw in the lead-in here with the refusing to condemn, globalize the Intifada, tells us everything that we need to know. We know what an Intifada is. It is terrorism against innocent civilians. How can you not condemn that? When we hear that as Jewish people, of course we feel anxious about that. And rightfully so, because we think about Boulder, about innocent Jewish people being lit on fire. We think about DC, this beautiful young couple who was murdered in cold blood as the perpetrator shouted, "Free Palestine." That's what those statements mean to our community.
Why do you think that he refuses to condemn it? And he says, oh, well, that's not the mayor's responsibility.
Well, look, we have to take a look at where he comes from. This is a guy who founded the Students for Justice for Palestine chapter at his university. This is a radical hate group. His mom signed a petition to prevent the Israeli actress Gal Gadot from attending the Academy Awards simply because she's Israeli. His father is a professor of Marxism at Columbia who was involved in organizing the encampment there. This is who he is, and we need to pick up what he's putting down. I mean, if you're not condemning it...
Lizzie, a lot of those people will vote for him, and he does not want to turn them off. I think that's the real
That's also, that is a very real thing. But if you should be able to condemn it. This is a call for violence against Jewish people.
She tried 3 times to ask the question. The 4th question could have been, I've asked her 3 times. I have not heard a yes or a no. And you could have left it at that. But we did not get to number 4.
We didn't get that.
But he's going to get a debate here, and you're going to have an opportunity to do that yet again.
If he does get in, I'm going to be president, and he's going to have to do the right thing, or they're not getting any money. He's got to do the right thing.
So that was President Trump over the weekend with a warning for Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani, who could be the next mayor of New York City after pulling off an upset in the primary. He's facing a lot of questions, including why he cannot condemn the phrase globalize the Intifada. He was given 3 opportunities to condemn that phase in a lot of different ways yesterday. Watch this exchange.
Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the Intifada?
That's not language that I use. The language that I use and the language that I will continue to use to lead this city is that which speaks clearly to my intent, which is an intent grounded in a belief in universal human rights, people, and that includes Israelis and Palestinians alike.
But do you condemn that phase, globalize the Intifada, which a lot of people hear as a call to violence against Jews?
I've heard from many Jewish New Yorkers who have shared their concerns with me, especially in light of the horrific attacks that we saw in Washington, D.C. and in Boulder, Colorado, about this moment of anti-Semitism in our country and in our city. And I've heard those fears, and I've had those conversations, and ultimately they are part and parcel of why in my campaign I've put forward a commitment to increase funding for anti-hate crime programming by 800%. I don't believe that the role of the mayor is to police speech. We have to root out that bigotry, and ultimately we do that through the actions, and that is the mayor I will be, one that protects Jewish New Yorkers and lives up to that commitment through the work that I do. Ultimately, it's not language that I use, it's language I understand there are concerns about, and what I will do is showcase my vision for the city through my words and my actions.
All right, with that, we bring in New York City's current mayor, Eric Adams, a Democrat who is running for re-election as an independent. Mayor Adams, welcome. It's good to have you here. What is the fact that Mamdani will not just say, globalize the Intifada is an anti-Semitic statement? That means, take worldwide the hatred of Jewish people. What does it tell you that he can't say that? What does it reveal about him, in your opinion?
Well, I can speak of who I am. I condemn that phrase, and I'm clear on what it is. Listen, Mamdani is an academic elitist. Great things that he state on paper, free, free, free. Those are great philosophical things. But when it comes down to governing a city and balancing a budget and ensuring that you can create the environment that we have of more jobs in the city's history, you're seeing how we have made it safe on our subway system and above ground, what we're doing in education. That's what it's going to come down to. And this academic elitist, a person who didn't get a job until he was 29. She was, basically financially supported by his parents. This is about running the most important financial institution in our country, if not the globe, and that's New York. And that's what we need to be focused on.
Do you believe that he has shown support for Hamas? And do you think that this issue is going to hurt him with Jewish voters, which clearly you would need to win that block if you are going to put yourself over the top?
Clearly, he has. And I think that Jewish voters are going to do an analysis to determine exactly where he stand on these important issues. The largest Jewish population outside of Israel is in New York. My focus is on this city because Jewish voters are talking about public safety. African-American voters are talking about public safety. And all the other demographics are the same thing. So when you have a candidate that states he wants to empty Rikers Island. After bail reform was put in place, the most dangerous people are now going to jail on Rikers Island. When you empty Rikers Island, you're returning those dangerous people back to the communities that they have preyed on. That just makes no sense. And only an academic elitist will come up with these philosophical initiatives that are not rooted in logic. May sound good to do everything for free, but when you actually implement them, they do not make sense.
So he seems to have touched on something that is very sensitive to a lot of New Yorkers, and that's the cost of rent, the cost of living in New York. And he's suggesting that, he can make all of these things available to everyone. He pokes a pretty good finger in the eye of capitalism. He says we don't need billionaires. I don't think we should have billionaires, he says, because it's so much money in the moment of inequality. But I want to play this for you when he was asked then and now about whether or not he fits the communist label in terms of what his beliefs are. So let's play the question from Kristen Welker over the weekend and also what he said in the past.
Are you a communist?
No, I am not.
There are also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right, or whether it is the end goal of seizing the means of production.
So it's a little muffled there, but he says the end goal, seizing the means of production, which is a classic foundation, really, of communism.
Well, and what you find is that particularly many of our young people, they are, romanticizing these isms. They're romanticizing socialism, et cetera. What I think is more important is for us to look at how do we lift people up in this city and in the country? Because New York really guides the entire country. And that's what we've done. You know, when you invest in paying the college tuition of foster care children, when you invest in decreasing the cost of child care from $55 a week to less than $5 a week, when you invest in making sure you do pre-K and 3K, we have 150,000 children enrolled, the largest in our city's history. When you look at those real issues that allow people to continue to see their opportunities, that's so important. You can't do it as an academic exercise. And I think after only 4 years in the Assembly, not passing any legislation, and to come and now to run for mayor as though this is some essay you're writing or some academic version of running the city, it's just harmful. And in many cases, it can be dangerous for working class people in the city. Like I'm stating that you want government to supermarkets. You are going to devastate the local bodegas and local stores and the local supermarkets where they employ people by competing. It's just not the right thing to do.
Okay, Mayor, let me ask you about this because you were asked about Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa, who are still, they're in this race. And your response to that was, I don't focus on what the other candidates are doing. But don't you need to focus on what they're doing if you want to win this race? Because as Josh Kraushaar points out, the political math is very difficult. It's a long shot. Don't you need to form some kind of coalition with those two in order to win this race?
You know, that's very well said, because that's what I did the last time. I built out coalitions and I was able to get working class people that came to my calling of keeping our city safe. I'm not like Madani, who wants to defund the police. I'm not like Madani, who wants to empty our jails out to anyone. And so I want to build those coalitions, and we can do so. Think about this for a moment. 2.5 million Democrats did not participate in the Democratic primary. 1 million independents did not participate, and close to 700,000 Republicans did not participate, as well as independents, as well as, conservatives. There's a coalition of people who did not vote. Many people saw the primary results, but they didn't dig into the numbers. And I know that my message is going to resonate with New Yorkers that want to continue to see the success that we participated. And yes, the cost of living is just too darn high. We know that. And that's why I put
we remember that from a prior one.
Back in the pockets of New Yorkers.
I got to thank you so much, Mayor. I have to leave it there. So I just want to ask you a one-word answer if you can. Will you seek President Trump's endorsement? Yes or no?
Any New Yorker that wants to vote for me, I'm all for.
All right. We'll see what happens. We'll get into that more next time. Mayor Eric Adams, thank you very much, sir. Good to have you with us today. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Democratic Socialist and New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani making it clear where he stands on a number of radical issues, with one exception. Watch.
Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the Intifada?
That's not language that I use.
Do you condemn that phase, globalize the Intifada, which a lot of people hear as a call to violence against Jews?
I've heard from many Jewish New Yorkers who have shared their concerns with me, especially in light of the horrific attacks that we saw in Washington, D.C. and in Boulder, Colorado, about this moment of anti-Semitism in our country and in our city.
Why not just condemn it?
My concern is to start to walk down the line of language and making clear what language I believe is permissible or impermissible takes me into a place similar to that of the president.
Always Donald Trump. So we've heard this phrase used during anti-Semitic protests across the country, but what does it actually mean? Well, in Arabic, it translates to shaking off or uprising, and is used to describe rebellions and civil disobedience movements across the Arab world. The phrase is also associated with calls for global solidarity with the Palestinian resistance and encourages uprising. It has often been used in movements or protests against Israel, like the First and Second Intifada, which marked periods of violence against Israelis. So why wouldn't Mamdani condemn this? Joining me now is journalist and author Badia Angar-Sargon. He had 3 times to just say, I don't like it, I don't mess around with this type of language, but he just wouldn't. Why? He must believe it.
It's a great question. As somebody who was in Israel both during the first Intifada and during the second Intifada, it's important that your viewers understand what an Intifada is. It means you put your child on a bus to go to school and you don't know if they're going to come home alive or if they're going to be blown to pieces. If only Palestinian resistance took the form of civil disobedience, but it always takes the form of violence against civilians, and that's what the Intifadas were. So what does it mean to globalize that? Well, it means they're coming for me here in New York. Make that global. It's a call for violence against Jews. So why can this person not say, I condemn calls for violence against Jews? And the answer is simple, Lawrence. It's because look at who he won with. He won with the highest advanced degrees districts in New York. He won with the wealthy. He won with people who are part of the over-credentialed college elites, from where all of the anti-Semitism that we're seeing now comes out. The average American is unbelievably protective of their Jewish neighbors and would never countenance violence against Jewish Americans. It is all coming from the elites, from the university systems, from people like Zoran Mamdani.
Batya, it's bigger than not condemning it. He stands with them. They're cheering behind him. He was one of the first of 2 council members to be arrested right after October the 9th. And this is when, like 2 weeks right after, he was protesting with these people. And they're shouting it behind him. So they may not be his words, but he's standing with the people.
And in fact, 4 years ago at a DSA conference, he said he got his entire political education from starting the Students for Justice in Palestine branch at his college where he was at. So this is very deep in his ideology. One would wonder, he's so big on free speech, would he allow people to talk that way about any other minority, about trans activists? He was just, at the trans movement, at the Pride Parade. Of course he wouldn't, right? The message to New Yorkers is clear. Calls for violence against Jews are completely legitimate in this person's worldview, and we cannot countenance it.
I want to bring this broader because, we're talking about New York City, but this is happening all across the country as well as internationally. The U.S. State Department has decided to revoke a visa for members of the vaudevillian band after they led the crowd in this chant. Watch.
All right, but have you heard this one though? Death, death to the IDF, death, death to the IDF, death, death to the IDF.
I mean, the message is very clear. What's your response?
Well, I think it's incredible that they revoked his visa. You don't get to do that in America. People think that this is a free speech issue. It's not. The First Amendment is for American citizens and people who live here. It's not for people who want to come as a guest. We are a pro-Israel country.
That's
right. The American people, their moral intuitions are with Israel and with the Jewish people. This is not acceptable, and I think it's so cool that we're putting our money where our mouth is and saying you're not welcome here.
I don't think many people realize, but the Israeli military and our military are linked in arms. We do a lot of our trainings together. Their hostage rescue team is one of the best in the world. We train together. We go to combat together. We are a Judeo-Christian country. This is not something that we're going to allow people to come in and just change overnight.
America has a long and deep history of philo-Semitism. There's a very interesting debate happening among young people, both on the left and the right, about aid to Israel. But you know what? We get a lot of bang for our buck in terms of intelligence sharing, in terms of developing weaponry that keeps Americans safe. So I support that kind of a debate. I think young people are in a different place than the older generation, and that's great. We should have that conversation, but they should be prepared. We're going to lose a lot in terms of our military vivacity and ability to protect Americans if we break that bond.
Yeah. We also, with that requirement, when we do give them money, we have the requirement that they buy American-made weapons. So that money comes right back into our economy.
Sure does.
But you know that already, Batya. Thanks so much, my friend. We appreciate you.
God bless you.
You too, my friend.
Moderate Democrats are sweating through a hot socialist summer. Zoran Mamdani is closing in on the Democratic nomination for New York City mayor, and he's already stirring up controversy. The socialist refused 3 times to condemn hateful rhetoric that calls for violence against Israelis and Jews.
Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the Intifada?
That's not language that I use. The language that I use and the language that I will continue to use to lead this city is that which speaks clearly to my intent, which is an intent grounded in a belief in universal human rights.
But do you actually condemn it?
I don't believe that the role of the mayor is to police speech.
So why not just condemn it?
My concern is to start to walk down the line of language and making clear what language I believe is permissible or impermissible takes me into a place similar to that of the president who is looking to do those very kinds of things.
Okay, what? Anyway, Zoran had no hesitation condemning billionaires and the white neighborhoods he wants to tax.
Explain why you are bringing race into your tax proposal.
That is just a description of what we see right now. It's not driven by race. It's more of an assessment of what neighborhoods are being undertaxed versus overtaxed. I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality.
And President Trump is sizing up the man he might have to work with.
He's a communist. I think it's very bad for New York. I don't know that he's going to get in. If he does get in, I'm going to be president, and he's going to have to do the right thing, or they're not getting any money. Whoever's mayor of New York is going to have to behave themselves, or the federal government is coming down very tough on them financially.
He said if Benjamin Netanyahu comes to New York, he's going to have him arrested.
Oh, he's a radical left lunatic.
So this was burning up the airwaves, partly because it's not just a New York story, in my opinion, Kennedy. I feel like this is a tale of things to come, and it's coming to a city near you, because there are patterns here on behavior, on the slogans, and the tactics on which he is doing this campaign.
Yeah, and you know, this old song and dance has been used over and over again, but it's a Ponzi scheme because there's always a new group of voters who, you know, look at this stuff and they see it all and they take it at face value. It is a very superficial, very slick message, incredibly well packaged. But if you look beneath the surface and you look where socialism and democratic socialism has harmed communities throughout the country, you don't have to look very far. You know, you can go to Chicago and let's go Brandon Johnson, the mayor there, has done a great disservice to the city. And there are writers there, reporters and citizens who are warning New Yorkers, don't fall for it. It is a scam. He doesn't have your back. He is not going to improve these neighborhoods. He's going to turn Madison Avenue into the market of sweethearts like they have in Roosevelt Avenue in his home district of Queens. So it's incredibly dangerous, but he's done a great job targeting voters who haven't heard it before. And my advice to them is talk to the exiles from places like Eastern Europe and Cuba, where socialism kills. Or, you know, talk to some of the free market reformers in Sweden who saw their GDP swirling down the toilet when they tried to be a socialist country, the kind of country that Bernie Sanders admires. But that system of governance and economics doesn't exist in Sweden anymore. They had to change. They had to move to the right to survive. Would you put Portland in that same category? Absolutely. Portland and Seattle, all these cities where they have ultra-liberal DAs who hate cops, they hold these cities hostage. They give all the rights to homeless people and make sure they have as many drugs as possible. And they call it harm reduction, but they don't get people into rehab. They have abandoned the drug courts, and they are human waste that they have just thrown onto the streets.
Harold, he is kind of the only one that has figured out a way to go through the window that opened when basically Mayor Adams decided to run as an independent. He and Cuomo felt too old, too scandalized, too like the campaign was very lackluster, didn't even try. And he just said, I'm going to go right through here. And he created a lane. And now the Democrats are looking at that. Wait, so who is our leader? Is it Hakeem Jeffries? Is it Schumer? Or is it this guy?
So it's always good to have Greg Gutfeld back around the table.
Thank you,
It's good to
Harold.
see you.
I missed you. Did you get my card?
I didn't. Dana, you asked a couple questions in there. Now, the leader of the Democratic Party here in the city, he has become a face of it, Mamdani. I still think Eric Adams, as the incumbent, would make a claim to that. And I don't know what Andrew Cuomo is going to do. I think he still has a line on the ballot. But let's step back. I didn't understand his interview with Kristen Welker. He said that he didn't want to add race or introduce race to this, but he doesn't want to police speech. But I guess it's okay for him to add any kind of speech he wants and just wrap it or defend it with the notion of free speech. I wonder what he thinks about the word slavery. Is that something you don't want to talk about? Or what he thinks about the N-word? Does he have friends who use that word and we may misunderstand it? To talk about wealth and race, I think, is the most racist thing to do. So I hope if he's going to be, he is the leader, the nominee for the Democratic Party. I hope he understands that, and I hope he reassesses how he talks about these things, because a lot of people are listening, and a lot of people reacting. Two, I give him credit in this regard to your question, Dana. He figured out something we've been saying around this table, that affordability is the issue on most Americans' mind. And I wouldn't argue with Paul, public safety and security is as well. But affordability was a big, big issue. And the person who grabbed it the best, who talked about it the best, who developed answers after tackling the issue the best, was Donald Trump. His answers, he's diagnosed the challenge, I think, here in New York, right? That prices are way high for housing. Prices are way high for small business owners. But to give away everything free as the answer, I think it's hard to say to small business owners who pay taxes, who work hard, who want to instill a work ethic in their employees and their children and those around them, that we should just give everything away for free. So whomever is his leading opponent, whether it's Andrew Cuomo or Eric Adams is certainly on the ballot, that they craft a message around these things to go after him and make him answer. How are you assessing wealth through race, but you can't condemn global intifada? You can't condemn or acknowledge the state of Israel's right to exist. I mean, these are real questions I think he's going to have to answer.
He wants free rent. He wants $30 per hour for minimum wage, which basically means that every business is going to have to figure out a way to come up with all of that money. And Paul, the other thing that he had been for is defund the police. And you lived through that. And he's trying to sort of weaselly walk himself out of it, but it's there in black and white.
Look, we're going to get to know him a lot better before game time here in November, all right? And this is very early in the game, so right now it's got to be all teased out. Let's go through a couple of things. First of all, how far would you be able to get away with saying globalize apartheid? Because that's how that hits the ear of Jewish Americans. To globalize the Intifada means, okay, the Intifada is an uprising in the Middle East. You can attack Jews. If you're globalizing it, that means you can do it anywhere. Furthermore, he says, you know what, mayors shouldn't police speech. Yet at the same time, he is saying, I am going to crack down on, quote unquote, bigotry and hate speech in the 5 boroughs. And he mentions MAGA, naturally, of course. So that's very contradictory. Let's remember something. He got in because I would argue he's the first guy to truly weaponize. This is the first TikTok campaign.
Yep.
He's the one who figured out how to weaponize TikTok to get him in. So when you consider the fact that it's received wisdom on both the left and the right, that TikTok is a Chinese influence operation, which it is, okay? The American TikTok looks very different from the TikTok that you get in Beijing. If that's the case, is it any shock that his electorate tracks closer to Beijing than it does to New York or Washington? Of course it does, because that's what they're getting. They're getting Beijing's message. Now, I'm not saying he's a Beijing agent, he's a Chinese agent, he's part of the CCP. I'm not alleging that, but it's the ideology. And that's just basically there. Real quick, let's go through the metrics of the vote since you bring it up. What he's doing right now is he understands that chances are Cuomo's not going to be there by game day, which means his main adversary is going to be Eric Adams. So what he's doing is he's leaning very hard into the black vote. He knows that Adams is going to peel that off. So that's why you see him. He's meeting with the Reverend Al. He's with Spike Lee. He's quoting all of a sudden he's talking about Reverend King, which you've never heard him do. And he's doing this thing. Well, I said white. I didn't mean white. What he's trying to do is peel off 10%, 15% of the black vote. Because remember something, Cuomo got the black vote over him. He knows that. He's a clever politician. But let me just close by saying this. This is the fault, in my estimation, and it is a fault, because this is just a disaster. We get 8 years of this, guy's going to be nothing left in New York. All right. This is the fault of the teachers.
Yep.
Because the kids don't understand that if you just take one look at history, name anywhere, a socialist/communist regime, and he is a communist, according to all its specific, I could go through it, he tracks to all the communist ideology. He's talking about seizing the means of production. I mean, that's right out of Marx. But punting on that, the bottom line is, if you look at anybody who inhabits the space he inhabits throughout history, not one has ever succeeded without devolving into a dictatorship. They're all nightmare regimes.